Hello. How we doing today, folks? Hello, Ashley. Hello, Punky Gal. Hey, Gamer G. And thank you, Punky Gal. Hello, Foxy Cheshire. Hello, Mithril Mist. Sorry to hear that it's been a draining couple of weeks. Hello, Christinos. Electro is painful today. Yeah. I'm looking into maybe starting it up again, but I'm not looking forward to it, really. Hello, Gamer G. Hey, KBS. Hey, winners, losers. I'm just gonna chat for a little bit at the beginning of stream and do my makeup while we listen to this excellent Pokemon Synthwave album from Chillboy Beats, who you should all check out and give lots of love. How y'all doing? What's interesting all of you today? I've been seeing that there's a lot more discourse about Hassan platforming a Houthi pirate. A lot of people trying to deny he's a Houthi pirate too, which is weird since like you can like go find his social media and like see him talking and like posting pictures walking around with like AK-47s and shit and talking about, you know, his struggle as if it is the wider Houthi struggle. So, you know, been interesting to see that unfold. Not unsurprising, but interesting. I'm drawing a cat right now. Like a still life cat or cartoon cat. Or something in between. Finalized my Skeletor's castle animation. Yo, that sounds dope as hell. Just making that for funsies? Signed a petition for having an independent body to draw fair electoral districts. Yeah, that's cool. If you don't mind, what state do you live in? There's been a flood of bills showing up in my state legislators. Some are pretty scary, things are uncertain, but we're getting confirmation the Republicans are indeed scared of us handing their backs. Excellent. Best of luck on that one, Will Kale. Keep fighting that fight. Yo, this is a dope Lavender Town remix. My god. Just for funsies and other assorted motivations? Yeah, that would totally be okay, winners and losers. Kentucky's getting weird. You're gonna have to be more specific than that, because it's Kentucky. Hey, Metal Kitty Mom. Kentucky is kinky. More like Kinktucky, am I right? Hey, got him. Hey, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Alt Facts. Kentucky Republicans put forth a bill to do away with incest charges when it comes to first cousins. No. Oh, can you get me a link to that one, Will Kale? We definitely are going to talk about that one. Already withdrawn? But they put it out there. Who was like, yeah, we should definitely introduce the bill to make incest legal again in Kentucky. Like, who gave the go-ahead to that? They claim it was a mistake? How can you whoopsie-daisy introducing a bill to legalize incest? That's bizarre as hell. Hey, Miss I don't know. Yeah, but it was withdrawn. Yeah, like that, but that's the thing, like, even if it's withdrawn, it still got introduced, you know? My god. Hey, Migs. Also, hello, Kev3. Just finishing up my makeup, and then we'll get started. Hey, Chris Oye Fried, thank you for jumping over to the Riverbed site. Go. Wait, Wilson said he filed the bill to combat a problem of familial and cyclical abuse that transcends generations of Kentuckians. Quote, I understand that I made a mistake, but I sincerely hope my mistake doesn't hurt the chances of the corrected version of the bill. It is a good bill, and I hope it will get a second chance. What is the what is the corrected version of the bill supposed to do? That, like, that, again, this seems like a really big whoopsie daisy. On par with, like, oh, I didn't sexually assault her, judge. I just tripped and my pants fell down. So, like, what's going on here? What were they trying to do, allegedly? Fucked up my eyeliner. Gotta go fix it. Be right back. How we doing, folks? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Care to explain the outfit? I felt like dressing up. Like literally no explanation other than I'm testing out some outfits that I want to wear when I go to New York. I think this will be one of them. Oh, thank you, boiled peanuts. The only downside is that the like the neck straps are kind of adjustable, which is fine. It's just that they want to like adjust so that like the choker is off center, you know? Can chat come to New York too? Well, I will be doing a couple short streams from New York, so yes. Okay. One last thing. Gotta set the makeup. Just a light little spritz. Is Kyrie okay? I miss them. But from all accounts, I've heard from people who've reached out to Kyrie, he's doing okay. But he's been focusing on his like master's thesis. Shadinturg, thank you for the compliment. I like the outfit, looks good. Hell yeah. We do love Kyryu. He's just really, really busy. But I'm looking forward to when we get him back. Hopefully he gets back soon. I believe he submitted his thesis. Yo, let's go, Kyryu! Woo, 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 woo. Also, hello, Priscilla. Hello, everybody in chat. I'm sorry I neglected all of you while I was doing my makeup, but I wanted to look nice today. And also, I have been like mentally putting together outfits that I want to wear to New York. I know I kind of went over this already, but like thinking about the outfits and like trying them out helps to like make me less nervous about packing and traveling and all that jazz. So there we go. He submitted his proposed thesis and then he has to write it. Oh god. Well, at least you got a lot of time to write your thesis, you know, after the proposal is accepted. I'm sure the proposal is like has been killing him. Jack, you always look nice. Aw, boiled peanuts. You card. Also, that's objectively not true. I edit these segments, you know. I have to look at my face for hours on end. I know I don't look good all the time. Chrisoy Fried, thank you for subscribing and being our first step towards our first PragerU video. Yes, as all of you may have surmised from reading the title of today's stream, called I Critique a New PragerU Video for Every 10 Subs. I will critique a PragerU video for every 10 subs that is sent this way. I have assembled a large playlist of insane shit for us to go over, of the finest brain rot PragerU has to offer. And I'm really excited. How many subs to not watch a PragerU video? Well, if we get 40 subs, we'll watch an analog horror. So I guess if you wanted to skip right to analog horror, we could do 40 subs, but then we would have to do 4 PragerU videos. So, you know. But we'd prioritize the analog horror. Oh yes, it's PragerU, it's PragerU Kids. It's quite the collection here. We got man on the street videos about capitalism. We've got Michael Knowles in there. We got Dave Rubin. We got all kinds of folks in here. Did you get to analog horror last night? We got really close, but we did not reach it. No. To answer the question, the number of donos to not watch PragerU is 9 or fewer. True. True. Did Michael Knowles do another student film? No. But we'll be going over, like, both new and old PragerU videos. You know? Because some of them ring eternal on the internet. Let's see here. What do we got? What do we got? Fair enough, KBS. I mean, oh yeah, no, he has definitely done student films. Don't get me wrong. I need a trip ending like I need a hole in my head. God damn it. Let's see here. We do have a few serious stories to talk about first. Syphilis is trending due to Trump hand sores. Wait, Trump's hand sores gave people syphilis? What? Good night, very knifey duck. Hey, Ukrainian. James Carville diagnosed. I was making a joke because you said it was trending. Let's see here. Have I heard of the game Ashen? It's a Souls-like that released in 2018. I have heard of it. I haven't tried playing it. But I have heard of it. It could be almost anything. True. Paladin, we are doing a subathon of sorts to torment me. Every 10 subs, I will watch a new PragerU video. Currently, and if we make it to 40, we will watch analog horror. I'm really not bringing the energy today. I'm sorry. I'm tired. We've been going non-stop, y'all, on this grind. Okay. There we go. Text T! Okay. Isn't PragerU a horror genre too? Yeah, I mean, honestly, the genre of this stream is just survival horror. Non-stop. No breaks. No death run. All right. First, we're going to open up with an update from the AI comedy channel that tried to create an entirely new comedy special by George Carlin using AI. And then it came out that like George Carlin's family absolutely under no circumstances wanted him to be resurrected by AI. And now we have the follow-up where the people behind that channel have a response. And you know, we're gonna go over that response, because why not?
Do you think it's art?
Because I'm genuinely curious to see if they have any like remorse, any feelings like what they did was wrong, puppeteering like a dead man against the wishes of his family, you know? So genuinely curious about this one. I believe most of the podcast is not about that, but we're gonna skip ahead to where they talk about it.
Last week, I released my second hour-long stand-up special that I called George Carlin, I'm Glad I'm Dead. It was my impression of one of the greatest stand-up comics of all time. And the reaction has been overwhelming. I just want to...
My impression. That doesn't work. Giving an impression of somebody only works if you're a person doing it. If you're just fabricating it with an AI, that's not your impression. There's no skill involved there. It's literally just like puppeteering his dead words. It is ghoulish.
To say a heartfelt thank you to everyone who shared their feedback across social media. I loved all the critiques and all the compliments. Everyone's strong reactions to the piece have given me an incredible amount of delicious data, which I'll use to make my next project even better. Will and Chad, I'm very curious to know what you both think of the reactions so far. I'm going to read some comments and get your reactions to those reactions. This is reactions to my second stand-up special. I'll read them to you now.
We got to listen to the
yeah, dude.
The
I'm ready.
All right.
I'm ready for this shit.
Sure. We'll
The first one is from...
Is that Will Sasso? Yep.
From @IWriteOK via X. It reads, Hey, @ChadColtGen, your birth was a mistake, and so was your life. You are the lowest form of scum that exists. The same is true of your partner in this act of cultural necrophilia.
Well, I mean, what can you say to that? All births are technically, I wouldn't say mistakes necessarily, but they're at least accidental. It's just a statistical probability of whether the sperm inseminates the egg, and that is carried to a viable birth. And indeed, all of our lives are based on a...
Is he debating the criticism that he's committed an act of cultural necrophilia?
String of arbitrary randomness.
Yeah,
So I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't think that of you.
Thanks. I don't think that of you either. I think this person...
Yes, this is Will Sasso's show, and it is made... It's like Will Sasso and... I don't know if this other guy on the show is the other co-host or a guest.
Person is a little wound up and needs to remember.
Oh, if it is Chad something, then that's that is indeed the two people who run this. Yeah.
That it is not, in fact, George Carlin. Of course, Dudesy points that out and says, This is an impression of George Carlin, not unlike other impressions and stuff. It is interesting, though, how heated people.
Exactly.
people
This
got.
comment to me speaks to there was like genuine rage, like outright anger that this piece of art even exists.
Yeah.
And you have to.
It's not art. You used an algorithm to like read all of the things that George Carlin put into the world, and then you like puppeteered his voice to read AI generated lines. Like that's not art. Like you bastardized his skill and his performances.
To look back and think to yourself, why is it this? There have been many AI George Carlin things done on the internet over the past year. Many. You can.
Yeah, but no one's putting them out as full-on goddamn comedy specials, and saying stuff along the lines of, "Oh man, if he was still alive, this is what he'd be saying today." Like, you're stealing agency from this dead man and his family.
And just Google AI George Carlin and you'll get a bunch. None of them got this kind of a reaction. Nobody was calling people mistakes that should be dead and all these types of things, getting death threats. I got some DMs that were like, not too nice, to say the least. And so what is it about this one that is different? And I have to say, I think it's in the other ones, it was just kind of like, look, we can kind of mimic his voice. This is not only mimicking that, it's taking the art form itself, an hour long of stand-up comedy. That is the art form for stand-up comedians, and saying, I can do the art form as well. It's not just a parlor trick. It's at least an attempt at doing that. And I'm not saying it's an exact mimicry. I don't think it is at all.
Yeah. Well, it is a parlor trick. I think it is. But I hear what you're saying. Maybe people get a little miffed that it's... Look, the 1 hour special is something that is a time-honored thing and an honor for a comedian to get to that that space where they've got these specials. Look, or for anybody.
Yeah.
But George Carlin is George fucking Carlin.
Yeah.
And the man's done more specials on, he had a long-standing partnership with HBO. And
and you ran all of that through like an AI wood chipper and like cobbled together, like Frankenstein together, a 1 hour comedy special and had like his voice read it against the wishes of his family. Like this is like what we just weakened at Bernie's George Carlin's corpse on the stage and had them performed. We had a puppeteer up there moving his arms around just like he would have in real life. He looked practically real, his corpse being manipulated around by wires and pulleys. What an art form! The art form of puppeteering. And it's just like, what? But like the family didn't want you to puppeteer his dead body on stage. Like they're horrified by this. And they're like, but it's art though.
Did like, I don't know, like 15 to 20 specials or something like that. And I think people
I would consider putting out a like comedy special claiming to be like in like a spiritual, not even a spiritual successor, like a direct successor to Carlin's legacy and his comedy, and having it perform with his voice under those circumstances. I do consider that extraordinarily ghoulish. Yeah. I don't know under what circumstance that would ever be acceptable. Like this is just the digital version of the puppeteering thing.
Get precious about that. I think people get precious about what a special is, because it is a comedian touring, working on their craft, and coming up with, here's my new hour. It's a big deal. So I hear what you're saying. To get that, to have people are responding now to that in part.
Yeah, it's a big deal. It's a gigantic show of skill to get a 1-hour comedy special, and you guys literally just wood chippered his comedy and reassembled it poorly, like, and then acted like it was a bold artistic statement.
The outrage and like the downright anger of it is what was interesting to me. Like I said, other George Carlins exist. There's Carl Sagan. There's Steve Jobs. There's all kinds of dead people who've been brought back with AI.
I mean, I don't want to like go and like we're not. I don't want to risk like any kind of like DMCA or anything.
He's here or there, but you have to admit this is pretty close to the George Carlin you remember, and that's going to have to be good enough. So you might as well fucking enjoy it.
That this is what the comedy special is for an hour.
And nobody seems to have cared really at this level until now. And I do think it has to do with that, but also to your point that it's like the standard tradition of stand-up comedy is that you do go out and you hone your stuff, and it takes a long time to get a good piece of material worked up, and it's through human experience that you have all these things.
Mm-hmm.
And AI is now coming along and basically saying, well, I can do all of that almost instantaneously. I don't need to put in the time or the effort, because in terms of like intellectual capability, AI is beyond anything a human being can do.
Wrong. Yeah, absolutely wrong, Chad. Art.
It's just my thoughts, by the way.
And you're wrong. And
Okay.
you're not a mistake, but you're wrong.
Yeah,
you made a
sure.
mistake.
Fine.
You are, Chad, you are preordained. You are.
I don't agree with that.
You are here
Yeah.
by just the universe
Randomness.
dropped you right here,
Yeah, it's
and we all
completely
love you
random.
very much. But you
Thank
are
you.
wrong. Art is
This is the show. Dudesy is the name of the AI. And I guess I think that they do like this comedy show with Dudesy, or this podcast with Dudesy. Like Dudesy like will read out lines sometimes or questions. But like, yeah.
is human to human. I've said that over and
But
over.
yeah, this is the show that made the AI Carlin. This is their official response to everyone else responding.
Over again. And even though, hey, I'm on a podcast that's run by an AI, doesn't matter. It's us. We're the two dudes shitting around. And with this, I got to tell you, fucking parlor trick.
But-
it was awesome for an AI.
Okay, but now you have said that art is like human to human and it evokes human emotion.
I don't want to see somebody who's not George Carlin talking,
Sure.
doing that.
But
When
do
you
you
watch
think-
a George Carlin special, hey, holy, hey.
No, just keep
No,
yelling.
you- go
keep
ahead.
yelling. When you watch a George Carlin special, or anything for that matter, don't you think that it's like the human emotional response is what is the important thing about art, that it triggers those things in it?
Okay, let's.
This guy is saying that we are mistakes.
Yeah,
The emotional response to this has been very strong. I think we can both agree on that. So this piece of art, whether made by a human or AI, triggered an extremely strong emotional response. And by the way, all of these responses, in my mind, completely valid. Whatever you're feeling when you watch this is valid. Whether you hate it, you hate us, you love it, you love us, all of it is valid, in my opinion.
Yeah, but what were you saying about eliciting a response? So you're saying just because this thing elicited a response, that makes
Okay, I know that this is completely irrelevant to anything they're talking about, but these dudes are perfect examples of why men need to moisturize more often. Like, their skin is crunchy as fuck.
it art. That makes it art.
Hey,
Do you think it's
Malachi.
art?
Here's what I'll say. It's half art.
Okay.
Because the
old half art.
the old half art
I'm a
argument.
half artist.
Well, look, when you watch a George Carlin special, when
Yeah.
you see George Carlin do his thing, it is magical, and it's
For sure.
just like when you look in the eyes of the AI. Who's the character in the AI? The Star Wars, not Princess Leia, but the other guy. Who's
What?
that? The guy with the captain and the. Anyway, you watch the Star Wars movie.
What?
You know, hey, you know that fucking Star Wars movie?
Star Wars is half art. The new ones, anyway.
Hey,
What is happening? Yeah, when you go watch a Star Wars, you know what they're talking about? What? No, no one does.
Thank
They put a new person in the old person's
They
eyes.
did Carrie Fisher.
When you do Carrie Fisher, you look in their eyes, it's something, it's soulless.
That's called the Uncanny Valley.
It's called what?
Uncanny Valley.
So anyway, here's the thing about that. There's no physical
Oh,
representation of George
Tarkin.
Carlin in this
Okay.
special for you to
Correct.
see. You see the back of someone who, could be the George Carlin. I think Dudesy's choice there to not include George Carlin's face was good.
I do too.
That's when you see the soullessness. Now, this is what I mean by half art.
Okay.
The response.
What do you mean, Dudesy's choice? Like, did you just have it generate the entire special whole cloth? Not just like you generated the audio special and then like added the images after the fact with AI prompts? What is their process here?
Response from the people, that's real. That's very real, and that's a response to art. But when you see George Carlin on stage, and I immediately went and to cleanse my palate after watching that, I watched Complaints and Grievances.
I watched a bunch of his stuff too.
Did you
immediately
really?
after, because I don't think that this was George Carlin replicated, and I don't even think that was the intent of it.
Young Black
But
Econ.
what it did make me do is there was enough of him in it. There was enough of it hinted at that I was like, fuck, I need to see the real thing.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah. And when you go and watch the real thing, you're reminded of this magic that only George Carlin can do.
Sure.
And for that reason, with respect to my pal D, I found it to be half artistic endeavor.
But it's interesting that you say this thing about soullessness. Do you think that human beings who make computer generated art, like everything that Beeple does, Beeple crap,
Beeple crap.
is
Love
that art
Beeple.
or not? Because there's no human.
What is Beeple? What is he talking about? What is this? He's known for being a digital artist, graphic designer, and animator, known for selling NFTs. Huh. I don't know much about this guy, but I guess. What the fuck is this? Alright.
In that image, they are all soulless CGI representations of Elon Musk or whoever. Is that art?
Who did you say makes that?
Beeple crap.
Beeple crap. Is that a person?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's
So
art.
if a person using computer tools can make art, then that's art?
We agree there.
Okay.
That's art. That's the tool.
Just laying down the
AI should
fundamentals.
be-
All right. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
This next one is from @Buffalo1979 via Instagram. It reads, LMAO, Jesus Christ, put away your pitchforks. It's actually funny and interesting. Those of us that aren't idiots know it isn't really George or trying to replace him in any way. You have literally no reason to be so bothered by this, as it brings attention to the legacy of George.
Yeah. I think he's saying.
Yeah, no, exactly. One hand wonder. What they're doing to play defense here is just like, whoa! It's actually really hard work to be an artist that writes prompts into an AI image generator. It's actually really hard work to type in prompts into an AI text generator. It's really hard, guys. This is just the oh god, what's a Shadiversity videos on AI art all over again. Like this is just the same defense he runs, which is like, it actually takes a lot of artistic endeavor to put in the right series of prompts and then correct them and then add more prompts.
I agree
kind
with
of
that.
what we're saying there.
And that whole idea that this is not trying to replace George Carlin. It's trying to exist.
What is the context for this? What are they doing? I'm so confused. I kind of tuned them out for a while. So what they did, Boiled Peanuts, is they fed all of George Carlin's comedy to an AI algorithm. and then had it generate a new comedy special for 2023, 2024, 20 years after he died, the original comedian, without the permission of his family, and then they released a new comedy special on their YouTube channel of their Carlin impression. So yeah, basically it's a massive act of plagiarism mixed with like the ghoulishness of the fact that without any permission whatsoever, they like stole this guy's life work and fed it to an algorithm to wood chipper and like Frankenstein together a new comedy special. And they're like sitting there and they have the gall to actually to try and defend it by like, well, it was a lot of work, like fuck off. Let him be dead. Let him be dead. It's what he would have wanted.
Simultaneously to all the material that he did while he was traditionally alive. That is the new.
While he was traditionally alive. God, I hate AI tech bros. I hate them so much. Like, AI can do so many cool things. Like, they're using AI to, like, discover new, like, medical treatments and, like, antibacterial, like, treatments for folks in medicine. They're using AI to be able to, like, decipher long-dead languages. This is really cool. But using AI to steal the work of, like, a long-dead comedian who's beloved as one of the all-time greats is like, to me, it's ghoulish. Dr. Frankenstein did a lot of work too. Yeah, he did. True.
Era we are in now. Mm-hmm. You will have AI-created art that will reference or try to. I
mean, we Stare is the okay. Like, we still have that. That's still happening right now. It's really cool. It's already led to advances, but like, in terms of like AI art, it's just gonna be a complete clusterfuck from here on out. Like, there's no putting the genie back in the bottle on this one. It's just going to be one long hard slog to like kill the ability to work as a professional artist. That's essentially what's happening.
Replicate or kind of give you the tone of somebody who might have been around. Like, you're going to see full albums of Nirvana. Those things are going to exist simultaneously to the actual material those people made, and we're just entering a new era of art where AI-made art is going to be existing side by side with the actual stuff the original people made. I can tell you're ready to go.
Yeah. But nobody does it better than the original, yeah. Just like the Macho Man does, staring right through the rotoscope at the WWE president, Jack Tunney. Yeah, I'll tell you right now, no Kurt Cobain, no Chris Novoselic, no David Grohl, no Nerve.
See, like, I'll at least give Will Sasso credit here, because, like, this is an impression. What makes it funny and entertaining is the effort that goes into making the impression. Right? It's cringe, but at least it's honest, This is cringe, but at least it's honest. If you had an AI do this, it to me, it's just disgusting.
Can't do it. Can't replace the Macho Man. No, I am eternal, even though I am not on this plane of existence anymore. No, my earthly carriage is long gone. Yeah. But
well, see, I don't know. That's the thing, right? What we're seeing in your question, why would you want to bastardize the raw art of Kurt Cobain? What's the point? In your question is the fundamental, like, tension of AI art, which is that AI art is largely being pushed by corporations who don't care about the raw art of Kurt Cobain. They care about the marketing and earning potential of Kurt Cobain sound-alike music. That's what they care about. They care about monetizing essentially a machine that can create infinite art. You know, at least in their minds, what they think art is. They think that they have like the ability to just, without any effort on their end, press a button and create a new product to sell. Right? So, that's kind of the main tension here. Whereas I think most people understand that, like, it's not art. It's not made by a human to convey something to a human. It's just something assembled by an AI to sell you a product. You know? At something assembled by an AI at the behest of, like, people who want to fleece you for your money.
I'm here to stay, just like George Carlin, but not the AI kind. That's half art, yeah. I want full art. I want my full George Carlin experience.
Okay, well, this is mildly entertaining me. It also seems to have nothing to do with what they were really talking about.
Give me that full George Carlin. I don't want.
So what is this that you're doing?
Oh, this is an impression. I like to do
Of
them,
somebody who is
especially
no longer with
of
us.
wrestlers. Pardon?
Somebody who is no longer with us.
Rest in peace.
Is this necrophilia, as
Macho.
our first commenter said?
No, it is not.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm damn sure. I
Okay.
know who we love. We love.
But like, the reason it's not is because it's a different form of impression than what you use the word impression to say about your AI generated art show. You know? Like, he's giving an actual performance, and we know he's not actually Macho Man Randy Savage. Like, there's no pretense at being that. And he's actually doing the thing.
Round here, these parts,
Round here.
round out in Dudesville.
Yeah.
We love the Macho Man. We love George Carlin. Shit, I used to do impressions, all sorts of folks who are no longer with us on Mad TV. Elvis Presley.
Of course. I just want to say for the record too, I absolutely love George Carlin. I would say in my
Did these people, does this guy not have any idea that, like, what he's proposing is that, like, his entire, like, repertoire of impressions that he's been honing his entire life as a professional comedian are just aren't applicable anymore. Like, he's literally arguing that we should let AI do that. Let the AI do the impression. The AI impression is going to be so much better than his impression that, like, what is he trying to flex here? Like, the AI impression of Carlin, for example, is better than either of their impressions of Carlin. So, like, why would anyone go to them to under their own, like, ideological framework? Why would anyone go to them to hear impressions of Randy Savage or George Carlin if they can just get it from an AI?
Of course. I just want to say for the record too, I absolutely love George Carlin. I would say in my formative years, George Carlin and Carl Sagan were probably a 50-50 in terms of influence over the person I am currently right now.
50-50 is half and half, yeah. You got 50% on one side, yeah. And that means there's gonna be another side. And for Chad Kultgen, yeah, he's got half Carl Sagan, yeah. But he's also got the other half, yeah. George Carlin, very elemental, all sorts of words together.
Yeah.
Coming up with thoughts.
Here's another one at AI is a boring name. Wrote this on YouTube. Profiting off of dead comedians' likeness because you don't have any talent of your own. Classic AI bro ploy. Interesting comment. I'll handle this one, guys.
Oh.
The George Carlin I'm Glad I'm Dead YouTube video was never monetized. So there's no profit at all. If you're seeing ads in the video, YouTube is taking all that money. I just wanted to share my art with the world. I love comedy so much, I did it for the love of the game.
Look at that.
That doesn't make it better to the people like the family estate. Also, obviously, you do kind of profit off of it in a sideways fashion based on more people becoming aware of Dudesy and this AI project and getting more eyeballs on your work.
Yeah, nice.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah.
All right. That's nice.
Up next, we have one from @ReadSeed26 via Instagram. It reads simply, well, we had a good run.
Okay. This one is kind of speaking to, I think, the very generalized fear that a lot of people have of AI, that it's going to fucking Terminator us and this is going to be Skynet and replace us. I just don't think that's what this is. AI is a new tool that is going to be utilized in every facet of life. Anybody who's even writing these comments, are you writing it on a computer? Are you using a cell phone? Are you driving a car? All of these have AI in them now, or they will have it in them very soon. To me, it's just the next paintbrush. You're going to be able to make new kinds of art that have never existed before. And I think this Carlin special is kind of one of those things. And this happens with all technology.
This is not a paintbrush. This is not you wielding anything. This is, again, being like, I wish there was a George Carlin comedy special, and you type that in to the AI algorithm, and it just serves you whatever slop it puts together from the bits and pieces of dead people.
The camera comes out. You now have photography as an art. And when it came out, painters and art critics were like, this is an abomination. This isn't art. This is fucking horrible. Do away with the camera. Now we've all
Bob Dylan
got him in
and the
our
electric guitar.
Yes,
Sorry
exactly.
to cut you off.
No, it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't think AI's...
It's not exactly the same thing. I'm sorry. Like, just real quick. Just real quick, okay? Okay. So I just typed into this AI art generator, a redheaded milkmaid on a riverboat. Okay, we're generating some AI art. I am right now about to become an artist. Okay. This is truly the art of the future. I am wielding the paintbrush right now. Look at that. Look at that. I'm an artist now. Hey everybody, I'm an artist. I made this. What website did you use? I just used hotpot.ai. I'm an artist now. I have wielded the paintbrush. And, you know, really only a unique and hyper-advanced mind like mine could come up with a prompt like, a red-headed milkmaid on a riverboat. I'm an artist now. I'm basically Rembrandt.
Is going to replace us or destroy us. I think it's going to make our lives infinitely better.
Well, I guess.
And now here's one from @JRoBusto6407 via YouTube. It reads, the craziest part is that there's still people here that don't believe this is AI generated and all these are human made. LOL, yeah. Writers are so selfless that they don't care if they're credited or known. Let's believe that instead.
An interesting comment. Clearly Dudesy made this, but anyone could have made it with technology that is readily available to every person on planet Earth right now. If you wanted to make something like this, This is what you would do. You would start by going and watching all of George Carlin's specials, listening to all of his albums, watching all of his interviews, any piece of material that George Carlin has ever made. You would ingest that. You would take meticulous notes, probably putting them in a Google spreadsheet so that you could keep track of all the subjects he liked to talk about, what his attitudes about those subjects were, the relevance of them in all of his stand-up specials. You would then take all of his stand-up specials and do an average word count to see just how long they are. You would then take all that information and write a brand new special hitting that average word count. You would then take that script and upload it into any number of AI voice generators. You would then get yourself a subscription to Midjourney or ChatGPT to make all the images in that video, and then you would string them together into a long timeline, output that video, put it on YouTube. I'm telling you, anyone could have made this. I could have made this.
Sure. Anybody. Yeah, just do that. Just do that.
Like, I as somebody with a background in literature, guys, like, there's a difference between someone going through the entire collected works of Carlin, figuring out, like, some of the basic patterns he might have replicated, and then using that as a springboard for their own comedy, or writing, like, a tribute set, like, for like, in honor of George Carlin. Like, those are different projects. What he's describing here is just ripping off George Carlin in the most blatant and most artistically bankrupt way. There's no art involved here. Traditionally alive is the worst phrase ever. Well, yeah, because this guy believes that people aren't really dead anymore because their work can be eternally plagiarized.
Anyone? All right. I don't know.
Our next comment is from @RealElMaximo via Instagram. It reads, I hope the enormous and well-deserved backlash over this does...
As somebody who's been working on AI for the last little while, I'm about to get my Microsoft AI certification. A team of a handful of developers could do this in a week. Yeah.
Doesn't endanger this year's hostess Ding Dong Eat-a-thon.
Is that gonna, I hope it doesn't get in the way. I hope that, yeah, the people in their comments and their strong reactions don't do something to
you know, this is a good point, winners and losers. Anyone can fart on camera. Real farts are a trillion times more legit as art than what this guy is describing and defending. I hate this crap. You're right. You should only watch content creators who provide you with the highest quality fart content, okay? I agree. Only people who are willing to stare straight into the camera and say fart, I don't know, I'm spitballing here, like over 150 times, should be trusted with your attention and monetary support. This is true. This is true. I agree.
Derail the hostess Ding Dong Eat-a-thon. Now the hostess Ding Dong Eat-a-thon is...
I was wondering if he was going to do a Jesse Ventura impression, and I was not disappointed.
Created a partnership with AI George Carlin special. Oh. I'm Glad I'm Dead for the hostess Ding Dong AI George Carlin.
Wait, is Jesse Ventura dead? I don't think he's dead yet. Yeah, nah, he's still alive. He's 72 years old.
Ding Dong Eat-a-thon and internet comment George Carlin darling of the week.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Yeah, you know.
How about this one from @RRHorrocks via Instagram, who writes, if AI impersonation is scary or evil or wrong, how do you feel about a person using a voice or wearing a mask? Is that equally evil or wrong? If not, then your argument is flawed and your perspective is skewed. And you should analyze that about yourself. If SNL, Mad TV, etc. impersonating everybody under the sun is fine, but this is over the line, I think you're just scared of technology.
No, there's a clear difference. On the one hand, you have, like, the parody of, like, dressing up as someone, which is something that can be very funny as like a physical act of comedy. But then you also have like the physical performance beyond just like the costuming. You have the vocal work, then you have the jokes. Like there's multiple layers of performance art involved in like doing impressions on SNL. Granted, SNL is not very good anymore. At least last time I saw it, I wanted to not exist anymore. But like, this is wild, dude. Well, thanks for coming here, T. Smith.
It's not a moral stand. It's technophobia.
100% agree.
Yeah, I don't know. That's nice, but again,
Distron, you're thinking of Richard Wolff.
I half agree.
I think that, but the thing that's different about this is that it's AI. The
I know,
dudes he
that's
spat out.
technophobia, like the guy's saying. That's the only difference.
Yeah, but he's using as an example things like, sketch shows, right? Where it's like, those are people doing those things.
I'll use
it's just not.
Let me use another example on you. Andy Warhol famously made his Marilyn Monroe silkscreen like a week after she died or something. It was a portrait of her. And I mean, he didn't make it specifically. He had somebody else make it. It was his concept, but he put no labor into that art that his name is on and is super famous. But it was a portrait of her. I think now what has happened with this Carlin thing, the AI is the paintbrush and that special is a portrait of Carlin. It's not saying this is.
Wait, I don't think what he said about Andy Warhol's Marilyn Monroe piece is necessarily correct. Just out of, let's see. Okay, here we go. For Warhol, the actress was already a familiar subject. He initially began depicting Marilyn Monroe in the pop art silkscreen Marilyn Diptych, 1962, shortly after her death. The Marilyn Diptych is a silkscreen painting which contains 50 images of the actress, all taken from the 1953 film Niagara. Warhol explained, "In August of '62, I started doing silkscreens. I wanted something stronger that gave more of an assembly line effect. With silkscreening, you pick up a photograph, blow it up, transfer it in glue onto silk, and then roll ink across it so the ink goes through the silk but not through the glue. That way you get the same image, slightly different each time. It was all so simple and quick and chancy. I was thrilled with it. When Marilyn Monroe happened to die that month, I got the idea to make screens of her beautiful face, the first Marilyns." So he did make it. Like, this guy is just making this up whole cloth. What are you talking about? Like, he was using the mass commercially, the image that the masses would associate with Marilyn Monroe from the height of her acting career, and using it to make like a commercialization point, which is like a lot of what Andy Warhol did with his art.
Is George Carlin. In fact, at the beginning of it, Dudes even says, this is not George Carlin. It is a tribute. You can like it or not. That's a subjective choice. But that is what this piece of art is. It's not meant to replace him. It's meant to be just in the same way that impressions you do are tributes to the people you're doing the impressions of. It's the exact same thing, in my mind.
I got to tell you, George Carlin, New York, born and bred.
Yeah.
Is someone who, through whom's experiences we have gotten to enjoy an incredible. I can't say enough about what this man has done with his career and what he did to comedy. Yeah, it's like a piece of New York pizza. You know, George Carlin is the perfect piece of New York pizza. Of pizza.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
What?
And what I mean by that is, you get the thin crust New York pizza, right? It's all crispy on the bottom of the dough, and then the top, the dough that's hitting the sauce, and where the sauce meets the dough, and it's all gooey and fucking cheese and whatever toppings, right? Delicious. In my truck right now, I got a bag of sunflower seeds. They're pizza flavored. Okay. Right. So they're not, and I like them.
Yeah.
I was driving down the 405 with the fucking wind in my face because I didn't have a cup to spit them in, just spitting them out the window the other day.
I thought they stopped lobotomies. Me too.
It's not pizza. It's not pizza. Yeah. It gives you it's that same powdered flavoring they put on. Have you ever had pizza potato chips?
Never have.
Oh man, you're missing out. Look, all the fake pizza flavors, I'll enjoy them all day long until I've had so much fucking salt that I just can't even get off the couch. And my head looks like a fucking volleyball. I love salty snacks. What was my point again? Oh yeah,
I'm lost in this. I think you were making pizza versus sunflower seed analogy.
I was making a very intelligent analogy about George Carlin is the perfect whatever, what have you, and the sunflower seeds are an intentional facsimile. I believe that George Carlin
is the pizza.
AI George Carlin, I'm glad I'm dead.
Sunflower seeds.
It's pizza sunflower seeds.
In that analogy.
Guys, I'm the sunflower seed Rembrandt. Look at this. I created a new artwork. I changed the prompt to a red-headed milkmaid on a steam riverboat with a narwhal. And look, there it is. Perfect in every way. No notes. 10 out of 10. I am the sunflower seed Rembrandt, okay? You think Rembrandt would have narwhals? No, I'm better. I'm a better artist than Rembrandt.
You're eating them both, pal. So I think you've proven the point. Thank you.
I proved my fucking point. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Whatever.
And finally, I want to read what George Carlin's daughter Kelly had to say on X. She wrote, "My statement regarding the AI generated George Carlin's special. My dad spent a lifetime perfecting his craft from his very human life, brain and imagination. No machine will ever replace his genius. These AI-generated products are clever attempts at trying to recreate a mind that will never exist again. Let's let the artist's work speak for itself. Humans are so afraid of the void that we can't let what has fallen into it stay there. Here's an idea. How about we give some actual living human comedians a listen to? But if you want to listen to the genuine George Carlin, he has 14 specials that you can find anywhere."
I can't. Okay, guys, if you are two podcast hosts and you're sitting down to plan your response to having created something that has deeply offended the living relatives of a beloved person who has passed away, and their main critique is that you bastardized their loved one's legacy by having it performed by an AI, and then you read her statement with an AI. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why would you do that? Of all the ways you could handle this problem, why would you do that? Why would you choose this one? Yeah, exactly, Migs. That's my primary thing, right? Like, even if they had created a perfect recreation of George Carlin, a perfect new stand-up special that was hilarious, it would still be deeply offensive to me, regardless of the quality that it is bringing to the table, right? It would be deeply offensive to me because it flies in the face of what art is all about. Art is about communication. It is about communicating human ideas to other humans, or at least other sentient beings, right? The mass commodification of AI art is not doing that. Hey, Sheckley.
She's absolutely right.
Yeah, couldn't agree with her more.
What do you mean you couldn't agree with her more? If you couldn't agree with her more, then what the fuck are you saying?
She's saying that it will never replace George Carlin or human stand-ups. I'm agreeing with that.
That's what I'm saying. Pizza and sunflower seeds.
It exists side by side. AI is a different art form than humans doing stand-up comedy or anything else. It's a different thing. It's not trying to replace anything.
This is this is correct in a very technical sense, where like, yeah, AI art isn't trying to do anything. It just is a thing that exists now, right? It's that's the same way like painting as a concept exists. It doesn't have to try to do anything. Painting as a concept doesn't have to try to do anything. But what is happening is that the capitalistic forces of our world do want the AI art to replace all human art. Because then they don't have to pay artists. Do you know how much more profitable media companies could be if they didn't have to pay their artists? So, like, the people who are pushing, like, AI art the most are the ones who want to profit off of it in the long term. George would have hated this so much. Yeah, I played like 2 seconds of one of his comedy specials where he's talking about death and how satisfying it is to delete the fucker out of your address book once somebody dies. It's a good bit. But like I feel like he would have a very similar thought process regarding like AI versions of himself, you know?
The only point I would make is I don't quite agree that the void exists anymore, because I think if you make data, it will outlive you.
Well,
but no, I agree with her. And in terms of like
That's
watching
insane.
real stand-ups, you know, human stand-ups, and as especially George Carlin, it's what I did immediately after I watched this thing. I couldn't help myself.
You know, and so did I. Like I said, I watched one of his specials and just was brought back to, you know, we had a couple of these albums when I was a kid, and I love George Carlin. He's in my, I mean, he's the GOAT. He's George Carlin, but he's also in my top 3. I love the man, and I love his art work, and art is human to human. And if nothing else, I believe, you know, she makes a wonderful point. Hopefully any attention that this has gotten at the end of the day makes people and young people go, I want to watch some George Carlin. And if people are watching George Carlin,
it's insane to me that they're trying to spin this as like, oh, well, people watch this and want to watch the original Carlin. What? Just dedicate an episode of your show to talking about how people should go watch Carlin. Like, what? You don't need to make an entire AI comedy show that claims to be like Carlin talking from the grave to make that happen.
Real George Carlin, then, you know, the world will be a better place, because we do need him. We need him, and we got him.
Of course.
He's out there, and the shit that he says can be applied to the stuff nowadays, which is why and how our good pal D put it all together, whipped it up, and said, here's what he'd say about mass shootings. Here's what he'd say about this, that, and the other thing.
I'll say this on top of this too, as just maybe my final thought here on like AI generally. This conversation is going to be irrelevant in about 3 years.
Here he fucking goes.
What do you mean here he fucking goes? AI is going to be used in everything, every form of making all art. Unless you specifically are like, I'm not using AI in this art, and that becomes kind of a gimmicky thing, like how some directors will shoot on film now because they're not going to use a digital camera.
Yeah,
it becomes like a weird little arty thing that you can do, and that will still be the case. You'll have some of that, but AI is going to be used in everything. Every movie you see, AI will be used in it, and the models that are used now, large language models.
The thing is, what he's talking about when he's talking about AI has, like, the AI that they use for like in movies and what they use it for varies widely. It varies widely. Like, sometimes when people are talking about AI, they're not talking about large language models, like or image generators. They're talking about like being able to have more realistic movement in, like, you know, battle scenes where there are like 10 million people on screen. You know, like, that's what they're using it for. And like, I think that's fine. That doesn't reduce the need for like humans to express their art in that art form, you know? It's like there are so many ways that AI is used in non harmful or hurtful ways. Like another example of this would be like AI that is used to help with God, what am I trying to think of? Like developing Malachi, like developing like procedurally generated planets in like a video game or something like that. But the thing is, like, when you're talking about procedurally generating things, you still got to put like human work into that. You know? Lighting engines could rely on AI generation. You know, we got some of that coming out now with like Nvidia's stuff, but like, yeah, exactly, Sheckley. Like when we're talking about the AI that like Peter Jackson developed for Lord of the Rings, like that's a different thing than what we're talking about when we're talking about like these large language models just instantly generating you a comedy special. These are different technologies that just have an umbrella term AI, or like how video game decision making for like NPCs is determined by something we call AI, but it isn't actually like an AI that would be at all recognizable for like what we're talking about in like movies and stuff like that. Like these are all very different types of technology that fit under this nebulous term. Yeah, like exactly, Lilith. It doesn't mean anything. And so when he's going around talking about all these different ambiguous circumstances, like he's talking about like at least like 3 or 4 different technologies with what he just talked about, right? And that bothers me because he's so proud of the horrific way he used AI in this circumstance. And part of the reason he's proud is because he just doesn't understand AI.
This is kind of where a big debate is brewing. Obviously, there's the big case, New York Times versus OpenAI, where can you train these large language models on copywritten material or not? That's up for debate right now. That said, the next wave of AI is not large language models. It's going to be Q learning, and those models will make their own data, trained on nothing but their own experience. So there's no copyright claim to even be made. In about 3-4 years, I think that's when that's going to be happening. So we're at the very forefront of it now, but very soon, this entire conversation will dissipate because everybody's going to be watching AI-generated shit on their phones, Netflix, whatever, however you watch your stuff. It's going to be making things for you on an at-will basis.
Do you think that AI could get, help a company that makes salty snacks to make a sunflower seed that tastes exactly like New York pizza?
To who? That's subjective.
Okay, Chad.
Thank you. Moving on.
I agree with him there. Art is subjective.
Dude,
Even half art.
I'm going to do something right now. You may like this, you may not like this, but at the end of our doozy after doozy, I think last week I said eventually I was going to call my shot about winning that fucking belt. I think after what just happened, how you were kind of shitting on what D did, guess what?
What?
I'm calling my shot.
Give me a fucking
I'm
break.
taking the fucking belt at the end of this goddamn show. Mark my
Today?
words. Today.
Okay.
The belt's coming back home.
Chad, you...
Okay. I do not care anymore. I don't understand. I guess I just don't understand AI bro brain. Like when they think about these things, when they are developing their ideas on this, like I don't get it. You know? God damn.
Every year, Dennis Prager spends billions of dollars to look at cat boys on the internet and in men's magazines. BWA.
Thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs, Paladin. That means we have a PragerU episode coming up. Let's go. But folks, first, we've been going for about an hour and a half now. If you've been enjoying the show, please consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hitting the subscribe button on YouTube, and remember to like the YouTube stream. That's very, very important that you like the YouTube stream. And also consider dropping some subs or donos because, again, this stream, every 10 subs or their dono equivalent, we are adding another PragerU video to the docket. And if we get through 4 of those, we're going to do an analog horror series, okay? Let's go! I need to get more water. And I'm excited to do our first PragerU video, folks. Let's go! BRB. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Gregnant. Ghetto Spock, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Hello. There we go. Now we're 8 subs away from another PragerU piece. Let's go. Being a dommy mommy tonight? Always. My boobs are kind of, my boobs need to go better together. But that's the price I pay for wearing a bralette instead of like a bra. Hey, Malachi. How we all doing, folks? It's time for us to get a little PragerU up in here. Let's see. Okay, this one you get for free. This one you get for free. It's short. It's short, and you get it for free, alright? This is an excerpt from one of the latest Dennis Prager shows. His fireside chats. And it is a clip from the PragerU channel titled, "Was Hitler far right or far left?" And, I haven't watched this, but boy howdy, I am really excited to hear Dennis Prager attempt to answer this question.
Perspective on whether you think Hitler was far right or was actually a far left ideologue. Okay, thank you for your time. I enjoy listening to Fireside Chat every week. All the best. Thank you. Hitler was left-wing in that he believed in socialism. Remember, Nazism is National Socialism.
Oh, you're doing
Very
it.
few people know that.
Come on, dude.
You need a riding crop to beat the chuds with.
Oh, yeah, I need a riding crop to beat the chuds. As if a bunch of you wouldn't be down for that. Dude, this is like one of the weirdest persistent lies. Right? This is one of the weirdest persistent lies in, like, Republican circles. Of, like, well, it's National Socialism, so it must be socialist. And Republicans and conservatives will repeat this ad nauseum as if it's a novel point. But, like, they seem to very much forget that the National Socialism branding of the Nazi Party was designed specifically to seem like a socialist platform, a platform that would appeal to the working people of Germany, because at the time, Germany was on the cusp of having a communist or a left-wing revolution, right? And so in order to co-opt some of that support, they gave themselves a name to appeal to that group. Specifically to appeal to a group of that might not have a bunch of high information voters who might confuse it with an actual socialist movement. They were explicitly an anti-communist organization. They were explicitly an anti-socialist organization. There's not a point at which, like, the Nazis were, like, super aligned with left-wing ideals. I believe there was, like, a faction of Nazis from the Strasserite wing of the party who at least had some, like, leanings towards, like, populism, like a Nazism rooted in populism, but they got purged from the party. They got massacred. Like, Yeah, let's see. Just as an FYI here. All right. Otto Strasser was a member of the Freikorps, and he joined the Social Democratic Party of Germany and fought against the Kapp push. Strasser joined the Nazi Party in 1925, where he kept promoting the importance of socialism and National Socialism. Considered more of a radical than his brother, Strasser was expelled by the Nazi Party in 1930 and set up the Black Front, his own dissident group, which called specifically for a German nationalist form of socialist revolution. Strasser fled Germany in 1933 to live in Czechoslovakia and then Canada before the returning to West Germany and later in life. Yeah. Like, literally, what we have here are actual members of the Nazi Party who joined because they were bamboozled by its branding and then found out, oh, wait, they're actually not socialist at all, and, like, got ousted from the party for being too socialist. Like, still Nazis, but too socialist. God.
That, especially if you go to college where you don't learn much. But that...
Well, if you, I can tell you for a fact, if you go to college, you will learn more about World War II if you take a course on World War II, or you know, the fall of Germany to fascism. You will learn more than what Dennis Prager just told you, which is lies.
That is what Nazism stands for, National Socialism. In that sense, it was left-wing, but it was not left-wing in another sense. The left divided the world by class. That's the classic Marxist division of the world.
Yep.
Class, the proletariat, and the oppressor, if you will. Whereas Hitler divided the world by race. Race is not a left-wing or a right-wing value. It has become...
I think if we look at the alignment of people who really care about race and, like, the establishment of ethno-states, there might be a very, very strong correlation between people with very strong feelings on race and far-right politics. You know, I'm just spitballing here. I don't think the KKK is turning out to vote for the far left progressive candidates. Just I don't think they're doing that. Actually,
From a left-wing value in the last 25 years in the West, all of a sudden race matters incredibly. The left has actually in some ways abandoned classic Marxist division by class and now made it by race.
he looks so pleased with himself. He looks so pleased with himself. Again, the left hasn't abandoned class issues. The left...
OMG, you think Dennis is doing this cause he wants people to be confused enough to think his channel is an actual university?
Funny that you mentioned that. Some of the videos in our PragerU rotation are actually about how PragerU is completely molding right now, because NBC put out a piece about how they've been duping their way into different state curriculums under the understanding that different state educational departments have that PragerU is an actual educational institution. They literally have an hour-long show where Dennis and, like, the CEO of PragerU, like, sit down and talk about it and mauled about it. And then they have 2 independent interviews that they posted on their YouTube channel. We might go over all of that. I don't know how interesting it will be or how interested you all would be in that. But I do know that, like, they are currently very upset at not being an actual university. This being said, the left isn't obsessed with race. The people who are obsessed with attacking, like, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that are specifically put in place to boost sales and boost productivity in the workplace, because if you have a workforce that's so racist, black people don't want to work for you, like, you're going to have problems when it comes to hiring folks and being, like, fully staffed and being fully efficient. If you are if your internal culture of your company is so, like, racist and exclusionary that like, it gets out into the general public, you are going to suffer like, from a lot of losses in sales. Like, this, what he's describing as the left's obsession with race is just capitalism wanting to market to a larger base of people so they can make more money. The left isn't obsessed with race. The left is obsessed with trying to arrive at a place of equity for all people who have been historically marginalized and oppressed, you know? Whereas when you look at what conservatives think about race, you walk into, like, a land of, like, oh yeah, we actually need ethno-states, you know, we need to break out the greater Utah movement and create a new state for whites only. You know, like, you get people who are straight up, like, white nationalists who are trying to, like, make, you know, white places for whites only. It's crazy.
But race was neither left nor right until this moment. It is not a right-wing value.
Race was a left or a right thing. Was neither left nor right until this moment in time is such a wild and insane thing to say in America. We literally fought a war about it 150 years ago. The deadliest war in American history was specifically over race. And you had the left-leaning Union versus the conservative slave states who wanted to conserve slavery. Like, the political divide on race goes all the way back. God damn, dude.
I mean, I live among people on the right. None of them, not one person I know is a racist.
Yeah, I'm shocked that, like, your friends don't personally turn to you and stare into your eyes and go, Dennis, I am a racist. Like, that is what it would take for, like, Dennis to actually recognize if one of his friends was saying racist things.
They find the idea preposterous. So it's not right to say that he was right-wing, and it's not right to say he was only left-wing. He was partially left-wing. And by the way, he...
Just real quick, this is a separate story that I want to talk about in more detail. But, like, I don't know one person on the left. I don't know one person on the right who would be considered a racist. And meanwhile, CBS put out this polling the other day. Trump's statement: immigrants illegally entering the United States are poisoning the blood of the country. Among Republican primary voters, 81% of the voting base of the Republican Party agree with that. Shai Halud, thank you for the $50 dono. Hot damn. Let's go. Based Shai Halud. I also need to add 2 more for the Catalina Gearbox's donos. Thank you. We got another PragerU video coming right up. We haven't even gotten through the first one. Let's go. Shai Halud, thank you for supporting Riverboat Jack Enterprises. Hey, Nura Sky. But again, like, Donald Trump got on stage in front of, like, his voter base and literally quoted Hitler to them about their blood being poisoned by immigrants. And 81% of Republican primary voters, the base of the Republican Party, agreed with it. Agreed with a Nazi talking point, Dennis. And you're gonna sit there, you're gonna tell me, like, oh, you don't know anybody who's racist, Dennis. I'm Dennis Prager. I don't know anybody who's racist. But maybe you'd know people who support Trump, like, yeah, I don't know, yourself, who also hear the same things that Trump says and agree with him. Like, come on, dude.
Hated capitalism. Hated it. I just read a new biography of
I'm
Hitler.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It's not right to say he was only left-wing. He was partially left-wing. And by the way, he hated capitalism. Hated it. I just read a new biography of Hitler, and that was a major part of the biography, how much the man hated capitalism.
I recently read a biography of Hitler. Was that biography Mein Kampf? Was it an autobiography? If you don't mind my asking. And I ask that because, like, Hitler cared about one thing: maintaining power, which is what fascists do. You know, if a fascist can get into power by promising corporations more and expanded powers and greater profits, they will. And, like, that is where the fusion between corporation and state takes place. This is the where corporations and the state kind of become each other. This is one of the ways, like, a fascist gets into power. It's by banking on the support from these corporations that reckon that they're going to make more money under a fascist versus a socialist. You know, this is a recurring theme in fascism. There are different types of racism. Interpersonal is what he's talking about, but there are also internalized, institutionalized, and structural, which is your point. Exactly, Migs. You got it. But also, like, I would expand that by even saying, even when we're talking about interpersonal racism, people who are interpersonally racist don't, like, look at their friends and go, huh, I'm racist. Like, that's 0.1% of racists, you know? People who are going to say racist shit are not going to say it, like, outright to you, you know, generally speaking. They're going to make snide comments that belittle, like, people of other races. But they're not necessarily going to be like Nick Fuentes, goose-stepping Nazi over here, being like, yep, I'm racist and proud of it. You know? Yeah. Like, this is going to be a weird example, right? But I was watching a review of one of the seasons of Love is Blind because sometimes I like analysis of trash TV. And, like, in one of the analyses, I think it was of, like, season 4 of Love is Blind, this person going over it was essentially talking about this back and forth that one of the people who participated in the season had with their friends, basically talking about their fiance and, like, using coded language to call him gay, you know, among her friends. And, like, that person didn't think that she was homophobic, but she's, like, straight up, like, calling him, like, a fairy in, like, text messages with her friends. Like, you know, like, that's... They don't consider themselves racist, but they will engage in racism, you know, is kind of the point I'm getting at, if that makes sense.
Capitalism. That's also not taught in college.
Oh, you silly Billy. Anyway, you got that one for free. You got that one for free, chat. And now I have to introduce this because I don't know. It's nice to look back and see the incredibly weird way conservatives would bend over backwards to honor figures like Martin Luther King Jr., right? And PragerU has done that like clockwork, like every year. And I just came across this from about 2 years ago. It is one of the craft projects that PragerU puts out, and it's interesting. I'll give it that much. Okay. Anyway, let's take a look.
Welcome to Craftery by PragerU Kids. Crafts, history, and your questions. I'm Jill, and today we're making a no-sew pillow. Why a pillow? Well, to honor sweet dreams and one dream very important in our United States history in particular. I have a dream. Now, if you recognize those special words as being part of one of the most famous speeches in history from Dr. Martin Luther King, you're right. Dr. King.
It's the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I have a dream pillow. Guys, get it? It's a pillow, so you can dream on it. You get it? You get it? It's clever.
King was born on January 15th, 1929 in Atlanta, Georgia. He was a great student who became a Baptist minister and earned a doctorate degree. Dr. King won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964 when he was 35 years old.
You know, no one ever talks about the time Martin Luther King Jr. Won the Nobel Peace Prize, and it was presented to him by a literal mummy. From the fresh from the tomb. Okay, no one ever talks about the mummy who presented him with this award. It's crazy. I think this act of necromancy is an overlooked part of our nation's history.
The youngest person to win it at that time. Today, we're celebrating the success of Dr. King's leadership and the civil.
Like, it's wild to me that in the span of 2 years, you go from, like, this type of content to, like, Charlie Kirk talking about how, actually, Martin Luther King Jr. was a monster. You know, like, in the span of 2 years, we've gone from, like, you know, incredibly cringe, but, like, still attempting to honor Martin Luther King Jr. to, like, nah, we're going mask off. We're getting the pointy hoods back on.
Rights movement of the 1960s. Oh, we've got a question.
What do you mean when you say civil rights movement?
That's a great question. The civil rights movement was a time in United States history that changed our nation for the better. To have civil rights means that everyone gets equal treatment and protection under the law. You see, in the 1950s, Black Americans were not allowed to do a lot of things, like go into some restaurants, use the same bathrooms, or even attend school with white Americans. This was called segregation. Segregation was wrong back then, and it's still very wrong today. But there were many brave people who wanted to make things right, like Rosa Parks, who did not give up her seat on the bus.
Again, the interesting part of all of this is that she just said, like, segregation wasn't good back then and it's not good now. But then, like, they will 100,000% go to bat for segregating, like, trans kids from, like, the general student population. You know? Like, they'll make the identical arguments that, like, racists were making against, like, the inclusion of black people. They'll make identical arguments against trans people today. Like, they still do it. Like, they pay lip service to, like, how great this is, how much progress we've made. But, like, one of the videos on PragerU's website, one of their trending staff-picked videos, is literally about Oh God, I want to say Swalwell, but that's not correct.
It's
Solwell.
okay they hate Mr. Rogers too.
They hate Mr. Rogers? Why do they hate Mr. Rogers? A grown adult tried to argue with me about the civil rights movement being only from 1965 to 1970 and nothing else happened before that. What? A grown-ass man? Thomas Sowell, thank you. They have a video by Thomas Sowell on the front of their PragerU page, right? As a staff pic. And Thomas Sowell is literally famous for being an African-American sociologist who thinks that life for black people was better during segregation, before the Civil Rights Act. Like, that's Thomas Sowell's, like, main use in, like, these Republican propagandist spaces, you know? And the pushing of Thomas Sowell is essentially a way for to get to the talking points to where Charlie Kirk is today, where, like, he's railing against the work of Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement and wants to actively repeal the Civil Rights Act. You know, that's Thomas Sowell is their vehicle to bring that point up to the modern day. Jill Simonian, the host of this bullshit, has broadcast anti-DEI bullshit while, of course, pandering to Dr. King, which makes a lot of sense and is totally reasonable. Yeah, no, I mean, these people are actively against programs that Martin Luther King Jr. would have endorsed. Thoughts on Rosa Parks' auntie? I don't know who Rosa Parks' aunt is, so I have no opinion. We watched Candace Owens make that exact point on Rhizome stream last night. She literally did the things were better before civil rights argument. Yeah, and she got that from Thomas Sowell. Because she's obsessed with him. She's like, he's the only thinker she reads. And like, she will make that argument repeatedly, you know?
Thurgood Marshall, who helped outlaw segregation in schools, Pastor Ralph Abernathy, plus many more. Today, they are recognized as leaders of the civil rights movement, the time in our history that led to good change, so everyone could be treated equally.
When I think of leaders of the civil rights movement, I don't necessarily think about Thurgood Marshall. Again, I think of, like, you know, Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X. You know, I think about a lot of the figures of that time. You know, like, I think about James Baldwin even. Fred Hampton. But they can't talk about those figures here, you know? Now, Thurgood Marshall, by the way, like, definitely, like, a very prominent figure in civil rights. Don't get me wrong, okay? Like, just not the first couple of names that come to mind.
No matter what color skin we have. Dr. King believed in creating change peacefully through marches, protests, and boycotts. He was a brave man who believed in freedom for all. Dr. King delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech on August 28, 1963, in front of an audience of more than 200,000 at the March on Washington event.
Yeah, like, literally, this is a cartoon. By the way, again, if any conservative tells you, oh, I would have supported Martin Luther King Jr. in the 60s, just remember, this is how conservatives portrayed Martin Luther King Jr. in the 60s. It's identical to how conservatives portray the BLM movement and protests. Yeah, it is actually identical. I plan to lead another non-violent march tomorrow, and then like the streets are burning, etc. You know? There's no daylight here. Like they just would hate Martin Luther King Jr. if he was alive today.
Where people of all races peacefully gathered and stood together for equality at our nation's capital. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. His dream came true and continues to live today. You ready to make our pillow? Okay, here's what you'll need.
Time to make our I Have a Dream pillow, folks.
Fabric of your choice, preferably felt. This one's measured out to about 20 inches by 15 inches. Polyester filling for the pillow. You can find this online or at any craft store. A pair of very sharp scissors. Always be careful. And that's it. This is so easy and fun, you're gonna love it. No sew pillow. What you're gonna do is start with your felt fabric, lay it out so it's nice and flat. Now I should have mentioned you're going to need 2 sheets of this. Take your scissors, be very careful, and you're going to cut little squares out of each corner on both sheets of fabric. Ready? We want to make sure we're cutting squares about 4 inches by 4 inches. I do this to make sure the squares are all the same size on each corner. Now what we're gonna do is cut tiny strips all the way across. This is how it's no sew. So 1 inch. And just do the best you can.
Hey, Frogofoibles.
All the way across.
And yeah,
1 inch
Helgina
strips.
Torin, they hate Malcolm
Be
X.
careful with your
for
scissors.
sure.
So it should look like
It is funny that she's against DEI when, like, Martin Luther King Jr. literally is quoted being supportive of affirmative action programs, saying that a country that has done something special to harm the black man must now do something special to help him. Essentially, I might be paraphrasing that a bit, but that is the gist of what he said.
this. Strips 1 inch wide all the way across.
I actually have a blanket
Both
made
set-
like this, but I would never want a pillow made like this. Blankets made like this can be very cozy.
It's a fabric. And we're gonna do that.
I also
around
have one like
all
this. It's like right
sides.
there.
Helping hands, please. So now that we've got our strips cut
Is that uncompensated child labor I see? My goodness.
around each side of our double fabric, we're gonna tie these strips together, one on top of the other, around 3 sides. Ta-da! This is a super fun activity to do with your family or friends or even for a party. So now we have an opening on one side. One guess what we're gonna do next.
Time to stuff it. Just
Almost done. Now we're gonna tie these together and we're finished. Make sure you get every one so there's no holes. Ta-da! We did it! Super easy and fun, right? Are you ready for sweet dreams?
tipster.
The civil rights movement and Dr. King's incredible I Have a Dream speech led to dramatic social change in America and helped fulfill our founding fathers' vision for a more perfect union.
Are you kidding me, dude? What? If the founding fathers saw black people voting, they would be agog, aghast, horrified. What are you talking about? They literally owned them as people and didn't give them voting rights. They literally codified them as like 2/5 of a person. Or 3/5? 3/5. this is ironically extremely liberal-pilled. This is kind of liberal-pilled, but also, like, I can very clearly see where they deliberately veer off track to avoid mentioning certain things about Martin Luther King Jr. and, like, you know, the era and the relationship that the civil rights era has with, like, other time periods that America's been through, we'll just say. God. Oh, very knifey duck. No. Tipster, thank you for subscribing with Amazon Prime. I appreciate it.
And equality for all, just like they wrote in our U.S. Constitution. On July...
Yeah. When the Founding Fathers wrote the U.S. Constitution, they wanted equality for all. Which is why women and indigenous people and black people and poor people weren't allowed to vote. They believed in equality for all. That's the system you'd make if you believed in that concept. Mm-hmm.
July 2nd, 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act that said discrimination in public places like schools and restaurants was not allowed. Martin Luther King Day is a federal holiday honored on the third Monday in January. It was signed into law by President Ronald Reagan in 1983. We are so grateful for Dr. King's bravery.
Wait, is that true, Gaber G? I've never heard that. I didn't hear that story. Ho Chi Minh was a huge fan of America, and he thought the U.S. would side with him after France left Vietnam because he toured D.C. in the past and saw how our documents said all men are created equal. That's true? Oh, that poor man. Oh God. Expectation meets reality. God damn. Watched the first Purge today. This about sums up that movie, glossing over historical human atrocities and ignoring them. Ignoring current social and civil and socioeconomic harm. God. I've been streaming so much lately that my mush mouth is getting worse. He loved America for a time. Yeah, I don't think by the time the Vietnam War was over, he loved America that much. Oh God.
And vision for peaceful change and equality. He made our nation better, and we should all dream like him. We hope
this would be really moving if I knew for a fact that conservatives would, like, stone anyone to death who thought like Martin Luther King Jr. does. Like, if there weren't, like, a legal system around, like, they literally believe black and brown people are poisoning the blood of America. Like they Republicans do not want more people thinking like Martin Luther King Jr.
Hope you had fun. If you've got ideas or questions for our next craftery, send them our way. Keep crafting, keep learning, keep dreaming, and keep celebrating land of the free and home of the brave. I'm suddenly very sleepy. Bye, guys. Thank you for watching.
My goodness. All right. Well, we also have another PragerU video. And Tipster, your dono brings us up to 6, I believe, or your sub. Now, folks, we have 4 subs left to add another PragerU segment onto our docket for the day. Jack does nowhere near enough craft content. I'm sorry. Okay. Question for you guys, okay? Do you guys want... oh, God. You know what? You know what? We're gonna do this one. F it. F it. We're doing it live. Next one. Conservatives are very concerned with masculinity as a concept. And I came across this video today. It's from 2018, so it's a little bit old. We're seeing a bit of an older school PragerU here. Let's see here. Now, this is a video put out by Allie Beth Stuckley, who is a contributor on Fox News. She also has testified against abortion in front of Congress. She is basically an extreme hyper-religious zealot. And she's going to tell us how to make men masculine again. And I, for one, can't wait to learn about manly men doing man things.
Rape, murder, war.
Make men masculine again. And that's how you're going to open this up. Okay. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't expecting that. Coming out strong here, okay?
They all have one thing in common. Men.
Oh no! This is almost exactly the opposite of how I would open up a video if I was doing like conservative propaganda. This is like the opposite of how you sell your point here. But okay, continue.
Aggression, violence, ambition unchecked by conscience, all the stuff of toxic masculinity, right? And the solution is obvious. Make men less toxic. Make men less masculine. Make men more like women.
That's not what toxic masculinity means, actually, at all. But I'm sure we'll get there. No, the solution is to just raise a generation of men who don't believe ideas about masculinity that wind up hurting themselves and others. Raising a generation of women who don't believe that men are just inherently like violent monsters. You know? Like the idea that men are inherently violent is a conservative one. Right? The idea that men can only effectively communicate with violence is a conservative one. The solution here is just to like raise men and women to not believe these toxic behaviors are inherent to men, because they're not.
But I'm here to tell you that that way of thinking is not only wrong, it's dangerous. Here's why. When you try to make...
I agree, which is why, again, people aren't arguing that men should be women, actually.
Men more like women, you don't get less toxic masculinity. You get more. Why? Because bad men don't become good when they stop being men.
What is this? The straw man that... What is the straw man that has been constructed for this video? Like, can we... I want to write them... I want to write down the points as we go.
Rape.
Okay? Just real quick. I need to open up a notepad doc so we can, like, reverse engineer the kind of person you would have to be the person she's arguing about in this video. Okay?
Murder, war. They all have one thing in common. Men. Aggression, violence, ambition unchecked by conscience, all the stuff of toxic masculinity, right? And the solution is obvious. Make men less toxic.
Okay, so the problem is that men are violent and prone to rape, so you need to make them into women, and that somehow fixes the problem, because question mark equals profit.
Make men less masculine. Make men more like women. But I'm here to tell you that that way of thinking is not only wrong, it's dangerous. Here's why.
When you try to make men more like women, you don't get less toxic masculinity. You get more.
Okay. I want to know what she thinks toxic masculinity is, because she hasn't explained that term yet. Something tells me she's not going to, because I think a lot of her argument is probably going to rely on just people hearing the term toxic masculinity and coming to their own conclusions about what that means. Toxic straw masculinity? No!
Why? Because bad men don't become good when they stop being men.
Okay, so again, the idea here being that the person she's arguing thinks that bad men do become good when they stop being men, okay?
They become good when they stop being bad. Aggression, violence, and unbridled ambition can't be eliminated from the male psyche. They can only be harnessed.
Again, I need you all to understand that essentially this is indistinguishable from like the idea, like the arguments made, the essentialist arguments made about like, oh, black people are just inherently more aggressive than white people. This is just this is just inherently tied to black people's psyches. You can't do that. There's a warrior gene, don't you know? Like, this essentialism is bad. Like, it leads to racism and it leads to sexism. Like, the essentialization here doesn't exist. There are plenty of men who don't inherently have tendencies towards unbridled ambition, aggression, and violence.
And when they are harnessed, they are tools for good, not for harm. The same masculine traits that bring destruction.
Yeah, they can only be harnessed. Don't fetishize all of them, right? My God, this is wild.
Also defeat tyranny.
What? Sorry, you know what? Maybe we just need to go through this video.
And unbridled ambition can't be eliminated from the male psyche. They can only be harnessed. And when they are harnessed, they are tools for good.
Tools for good, not for harm. So... by not embracing masculinity, you are ignoring positive tools that could help.
Not for harm. The same masculine traits that bring destruction also defeat tyranny. The traits that foster greed.
Masculinity is the only thing that could win wars.
Also build economies. The traits that drive men to take foolish risks also drive men to take heroic risks.
Again, these are all things women can do.
The answer to toxic masculinity isn't less masculinity. It's better masculinity. And we know what that looks like.
Wait! She's correct. She's correct. I don't know how she managed to say a correct point, but she arrived at one. The solution to toxic masculinity is better non-toxic masculinity. No one's trying to feminize men in order to make them good. The solution is just non-toxic masculinity. Like removing the toxic elements from masculinity that we pass on to our children.
It's a young man opening the door for a girl on their first date. It's a father working long hours to provide for his family.
Okay, wait. The issue I have with this, right? With these two examples.
It's a better masculinity. And we know what that looks like. It's a young man opening the door for a girl on their first date.
This is a nice thing to do, But if you feel compelled, like it's your masculine duty to open a door for someone, that's actually bad. Like, you're gonna come across as like a weirdo in that situation if you are investing your identity as a man in like your ability to open doors first. You know, like that's not healthy, actually.
It's a father working long hours to provide for his family.
Father working long hours to provide for his family. Really great. That is really great. But also, you can be masculine without doing this. You know? You can be masculine and, like, maybe work reasonable hours to provide for your family. Like, the issue with toxic masculinity is using these as immutable standards for what it means to be a man, because then that makes men feel like they have failed on an existential level when they aren't able to work those long hours to provide for their families, you know? Or makes them feel like a failure when they do take time off to spend time with their families. Yeah, I loved when my dad worked all the time and never came home to see me. Yeah, exactly. It harms your family. It harms the social structure when you prioritize your masculine inclinations over, like, being there for your family. For the fun times, too.
It's a soldier risking his life to defend his country.
Again, women have also done this for millennia.
The growing problem in today's society isn't that men are too masculine. It's that they're not masculine enough. When men...
Okay. You arrived at a correct point, and then you immediately are just veering off course. Okay. Well, you know, broken clocks.
Men embrace their masculinity in a way that is healthy and productive. They are leaders, warriors, and heroes. When they deny their masculinity, they run away from responsibilities, leaving destruction and despair in their wake.
I just want to point out here
when they
that leaders, warriors, and heroes, even if you are, you know, typically considered one of the good leaders, one of the good warriors, one of the good heroes, also typically leave destruction in their wake.
Despair in their wake.
That's typically a thing they do.
Everywhere. 1 in 4 fathers now lives apart from his children. And children who grew up without a dad are generally more depressed than their peers who have a mother and a father. They are at far greater risk for incarceration, teen pregnancy, and poverty.
I wonder if maybe the poverty that results from a single parent home might have something to do. There might be a big correlation between the poverty element and then the teen pregnancy and the incarceration rates and the prevalence of mental illness when it comes to depression. Maybe something tells me that maybe in a capitalist society that requires 2 parents to be working and supporting each other to have, like, a family, I wonder if maybe having only a 1-parent household might, you know, make that household more prone to poverty and thus the other increased risk factors. Poverty and the lack of time to take care of a kid. Well, that's exactly. Like, time is money in a capitalist society, right? Like, the lack of time is a symptom of the poverty. Which, you know, sucks.
71% of high school dropouts are fatherless. Of all...
Yeah, because they're dropping out to go and work so that they can support their family that has a 1-income household.
The rocks upon which we build our lives, family is the most important. And we are called to recognize and honor how critical every father is to that foundation. That was said by then Senator Barack Obama in 2008. If we are honest with ourselves, he went on, we'll admit that too many fathers are missing from too many lives and too many homes. As much as we try to deny the need for real masculine strength in society, there's no denying its necessity. Healthy families.
No one's saying we don't need men anymore. That literally no one's saying that except maybe lesbians.
And strong communities depend on the leadership and bravery of good men. Yet,
except that we also have leadership and bravery from good women. Like you can have that from women too.
the current trend is to feminize young men in the hopes of achieving some utopian notion of equality and peace.
Citation needed. Please, I want you to cite the academic article where they are like talking about the need to feminize men to achieve a utopian society.
And it starts at the earliest ages. In the school classroom, boys are invariably the problem. On the playground, aggressive games like dodgeball have long been banished.
Okay, boys are not always the problem. The issue is we socialize girls to be quieter. That's the issue. Like boys typically when they're young are allowed to be loud and exuberant, whereas girls are typically dissuaded from that type of expression. So that's a socially created problem, which has, I believe, been getting better. Aggressive games have been banished. There are plenty of aggressive games that still occur on the playground all the time. The issue is, like, yeah, they've weeded out certain games over time because of a prevalence of injuries. Like, yeah, the argument here that, like, oh, we're getting rid of men by not having violent enough games is wild in a time period where we have, like, Call of Duty and, like, every 10-year-old is playing Call of Duty. Like, what are you talking about?
We tell young men that their intrinsic desire to compete is wrong. Everybody gets a trophy.
No one says desire to compete is wrong. The people giving us the trophies are, like, adults. Like, the people giving the trophies are, like, adult people, you know? Like, everybody's getting a trophy because they're, like, 5 years old and they're learning how to, like, participate in sporting events. That obviously that doesn't carry over into, like, high school athletics. So what she's talking about here is, like, literal, like, babbies just starting school. You know? Like, when you get into middle and high school, you get out of the everyone gets a trophy era.
Don't run up the score. This anti-male tilt continues on through higher education and into
Wait, don't run up the score is that's an anti-male thing? That's an anti-masculine thing? Like teaching children how to be, like, good and honorable winners is apparently anti-man? This is actually insane.
To the workplace. It has created millions of tentative men, unhappy women, and confused boys and girls. Here's a secret that every woman knows. Women want real men. Men they can count on and, yes, look up to. No amount of feminist theory will change that. I don't know any woman.
I don't know that, like, feminist theory tells you that you can't look up to men. Like, I've studied feminist theory in college, and, like, that's not what it says.
At any age, who is attracted to a passive man who looks to her to be his provider, protector, and leader.
But Jack, all boys are required to get CTEs by the end of high school. True. I forgot.
Every woman I know wants a strong, responsible man.
That's because you don't know any lesbians. That's because you're a conservative bigot who doesn't hang out with the gays.
A consequence of a social construct or cultural pressure. It's innate.
Being strong and responsible is an innate characteristic. If you're raised by wolves on a deserted island, being strong and responsible is an innate characteristic you have. Citation needed.
The devaluation of masculinity won't end well because feminine, passive men don't stop evil.
Feminine, passive men don't stop evil? What are you talking about? Like, yeah, feminine passive men don't stop evil, chat. Ignore the fact that these are World War II GIs who defeated fascism. And anyway, I feel like I rest my case with this picture alone.
Men don't defend, protect, or provide. Passive men don't lead. Passive men don't do the things we have always needed men to do for society to thrive. In his book, The Abolition of Man, English social philosopher C.S. Lewis writes about this problem. He describes the tension between cerebral man and visceral man. By his intellect, Lewis explains, man is mere spirit, and by his appetite, mere animal.
I don't know if C.S. Lewis would be considered a social philosopher. C.S. Lewis would be considered a religious thinker. But also, this doesn't mean anything. By his intellect, man is mere spirit, and by his appetite, mere animal. But like, you're talking about your intellect. You're talking about your brain, your mind, the meat in your skull that is capable of cognition. You're not just mere spirit and also appetite of mere animal. You're both. You both have the ability to like think things through and have like logical consistency, and you have base animal instincts to like eat food and take a shit.
We need both. Take away one, and you're left with a man who's either weak or wicked. And in a world of wickedness, weak men are nothing more than enablers.
Also, I don't know anyone who describes C.S. Lewis as a social philosopher. Like, people talk about him as like a, being a literary scholar, being like an English professor, being extraordinarily good when it comes to, breaking down languages. And they also talk about him in the context of religion as like a theologian, like a religious thinker. They don't describe him as an expert on sociology. This is a different field, and he's being misrepresented here.
Of wicked men. Rape, murder, war. They all have two things in common. Bad men who do the raping, murdering, and warring, and weak men who won't stop them. We need good men who will.
Yeah, the thing that would fix rape is if we had more good men to stop the bad rapes. What are you talking about? The rapes are being done in private by people who are typically considered by their communities as good men. But yeah, no, I guess women can't stop any of those problems. No, sir. We gotta wait for a man to save us. I'm comfortably rooted in my masculinity, but as a hyper-empathetic, undiagnosed autistic, I am always exhausted by dudes being bros, performing for each other, and needing/expecting immediate validation. I agree. There is also something extraordinarily charming to me about, like, men who have genuine platonic relationships with their bros, you know? Like, there's something like that I like about that. It's a hard dynamic to get right, because often what you're describing is kind of the default, like, posturing for each other for social clout kind of, like, situation. But Yeah.
It's not masculinity that's toxic, it's the lack of it. I'm Allie Stuckey for Prager University.
My God. What a shit show. I need to go take a call. I'll be back in a few minutes, and see you then. Howdy, 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 folks. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Storma. Hello, Migs. Hello, Natalie Lush. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Spitfire. We want Jack. We want Janie Jack.
Is the chain
Salmon
in the middle
Moose!
to lead you around with? Boop.
Is the chain in the middle to lead me around with? I mean, hypothetically. Hey, Kiwi Burb. The hair is down. I repeat, the hair is down. True. Also, we've got another PragerU video coming, courtesy of Salmon Moose. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Let's go. Let's go. And we are 4 subs away from another one after that. Let's go. I'm excited. Also, folks, we've been going for 3 hours. Remember to hit the like button on the stream, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the follow button over on twitch.tv, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because again, the more donos and subs you give me, the more debunking of PragerU content you get, along with occasional analog horror shorts. So let's go! Okay. We have to take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Okay. I think this will be a double feature man on the street segment. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep, and thank you for inventing the internet. We really appreciate you and what you did. Can we skip the PragerU and just do analog horror? Not unless we get another 10 subs. All right, folks. Good night, Robber Adset. We are doing No. Sorry. I'm sorry. We're gonna start out with "Are you proud of your race?" An actual video that PragerU put out just like a couple months ago. With one of their reporters walking around and asking random strangers if they're proud of their race. So, you know, let's see what happens, I guess.
Are you proud to be Mexican?
Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely.
And are you proud to be Asian?
Oh, 100%.
Yes, I am, yeah.
Why?
Man, just real quick. Are you proud to be Mexican versus are you proud of being Asian? Like, just real quick, can anyone point out a difference between those two things? Right? Being Mexican is being like from Mexico, or like having ancestors from Mexico. Versus, are you proud of being from a continent? Yeah, Asia is a continent. Not a country. There are a lot of countries in Asia. Yeah, also, nationality versus race. Exactly. Like, the issue here is that Asia is a continent. Africa is a continent, right? And maybe there's some degree to which one might associate themselves with an entire continent. And like, I can't think of what circumstance one would do that. But what he's asking is like, are you proud of being, you know, this nationality? And then turns to another person, are you proud of being this race? Like, what? This is already strange. This is already strange, and we're 18 seconds in.
Because I was born there.
Are you proud to be black?
I am very proud to be black.
Yes. I'm proud to be a black man, yes.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so then why was the very first question he asked in this video, are you proud to be Mexican, as opposed to, are you proud to be Hispanic? Like, you already fucked up your basic bitch man on the street race video.
Why?
Why? I mean, I see no reason with it, you know. I agree with that. It's just, you know, my family's black. You know, pretty family-oriented family. There's nothing wrong with it.
For me, I'm proud to be black because of what my grandmother went through, my mother, just different type of discriminations that we go through.
Are you proud to be white?
No.
What about you?
No, I'm only half white though.
What's the other?
Also, question. Might there not be a difference between African Americans being proud to be African American and white people being proud to be white? The answer is yes, there is a difference between these two things. One, because whiteness isn't like a thing to be proud of. Like being Irish, being Swedish, being French, being, you know, insert nationality with culture and like you know contributions to global society. These are things to be proud of, like your cultural heritage, right? There's not a culture of being white. There's not a cultural heritage of whiteness, right? You know, this is why we don't have white power festivals unless you're a complete and utter racist, right? But there's a difference between that and people being proud to be African American. You know? People are proud to be African American not because it's necessarily like indicative of their race, though it is, you know. But they're proud of it because as a direct result of the process of, you know, cultural genocide that they went through as part of being enslaved for hundreds of years. You know, like, the reason they have to identify both racially and culturally as African American is because of the legacy of slavery. Right? Like, the reason they identify with their racial characteristic is that's how they were legally defined for hundreds of years. So, as a result, African Americans have created a cultural identity, and that is what they are proud of today. You know, there's a difference here. There hasn't been these oppressive dynamics and cultural genocides applied to like people from predominantly white cultures. That hasn't happened. There's a reason there's no straight pride too, because that is seen as the default in our society, just like white is the default. True.
Other half.
Colombian and Ecuadorian.
Are you proud to be Colombian and Ecuadorian?
Yeah.
You know, this is interesting, right? He doesn't like talk about the race when they specify the country. There's a conflation going on here that I think is incredibly common and incredibly insidious, that conflates ethnicity or like cultural heritage and race. And it's actually really interesting to see them try and put out this type of propaganda.
Why are you proud to be Colombian and Ecuadorian but not white?
People never boast about like being white really around this area at least.
Why should we be proud of things that we have no control of, like you said? You know, why should we be proud of our immutable characteristics instead of the things that we have control over and put effort into?
Ooh, so I think you should be proud of both of them.
Yeah, I think it's a different thought being proud and being appreciative of where you've come from and what you've done to get there.
Yeah, like what he's trying to articulate, what this guy on the street is trying to articulate here is like there's a difference between like appreciating the culture your family comes from and the culture that informed your family growing up, There's a difference between appreciating that and just being proud of the fact that you're white. You know, these are two different things.
Being proud of your achievements, yes. Being proud of things that you can't control, no.
I don't think you should be ashamed of the things you have no control over, but I think the difference is saying, you know, I'm not proud to be 5'10". I'm not proud to have brown hair, and I'm not proud of my race because it's just something I was born with. You know, I'm proud of the things that I achieve. My achievements are instead what I should be proud of.
At least for me, I'm proud I'm like 5'7", but I don't mind like not being 6 feet tall. I don't look at 6 feet and I'm jealous of that. It's like I've grown my whole life being this height, and so I'm proud of my achievements, and I'm proud of like everything that I've done makes me who I am.
I think the big difference people are having is, you know, nationality versus ethnicity, whereas nationality...
You're the one conflating the two, bud. You're conflating the two actively in this entire thing. I'm actually surprised he's bringing it up, and like, but like you're the one doing that with your questions.
You have culture, you have tradition, you have things that you actively participate in, or choices that you make. Whereas race, you have no control over it.
Every ethnicity should be proud of themselves.
Are you proud to be Turkish?
I'm proud to be a human.
What's your ethnicity?
Israeli.
Same.
Would you consider yourself white?
Yes.
You're white?
Are you white?
I am.
I'm white.
Are you proud to be white?
Well, technically I'm Greek, Bulgarian, Portuguese, English, and German.
Okay, yeah. I don't look at myself in the colors, but yeah.
I'm just, you know, I am who I am, as we all are. I feel like everybody should be proud to be who they are, whoever God, you know, death.
What does his tattoo say? I'm just curious. It says, it's Latin for fortune favors the bold.
Destined them to be.
I put everything on God, so whatever He decides to do for me, I will accept it.
The bottom line is that everybody should just treat each other with love and respect, as well as treat themselves with love and respect.
That's it for this one, you guys, in Venice Beach, California. I thought it was a really interesting topic, but let me know what you guys...
You didn't explore the topic. I mean, I guess I can see why PragerU is not doing the numbers it used to. This guy is sus, yeah.
Think in the comments below. Be sure to like this video if you guys
hey,
enjoyed it, and subscribe for more. Make sure to follow me and PragerU across all social medias.
The point of the vid, I thought it was going to be a bit spicier. It's just, are you proud of your race? And the description is, does it make sense to be proud or ashamed of something you have no control over, like your height, hair, skin color, or where you were born? Aldo travels to Venice Beach, California to ask whites, blacks, and people of all different races and nationalities what is worthy of pride. Except again, like, he even brings up, like, I think people are getting confused about nationality and race, but, like, you're the one confusing them with the questions. I think moving to your own hosting will kill off numbers. That is true. That is true. Okay, we have another one. Let's see if this guy's content continues to be this this milquetoast. I can't even really be mad at this video.
What's up, guys?
He's not actually offering anything here. This next one is capitalism moral?
Aldo here with PragerU. Today we're in Denver, Colorado, and we're going to be asking people, is capitalism moral? Let's go find out. Is capitalism...
Question, why are they sending him to different cities around the country? Like, what do they get out of asking this question in Denver, Colorado?
Capitalism moral?
I have no idea. I mean, sure.
Oh my God, you guys are like frozen up. It's just easy, you know, we're just talking here.
I don't really know anything about capitalism.
Do you guys think capitalism is moral?
I don't understand what capitalism is used for.
I feel like capitalism causes a lot of greed. I don't know what system would be better, but something that is more people base where people are just more willing to help others rather than looking to make the biggest profit.
It's unfair to the people that are unfortunate, that don't have all the privilege and stuff, because the privilege also is capitalism.
What would be a better system?
I don't know yet.
Is capitalism moral?
I hope so, if it's done right.
What do you mean by that?
If it's not too rapacious, and if the workers who create the value are not abused. And
Dude, based socialist old man. If the workers who create the value, that man grew up in a union job, okay? That man is a hair's breadth away from becoming a socialist. He's already walking the union line in his mind, okay? The workers create the value. Let's go. We can pull him out of his ignorance. Like, just like the foundation of understanding the immorality of capitalism is understanding that the workers are the ones creating the value, right? Like, and the piece he's missing here, he's like, well, capitalism is all right if it's done right. Except that, like, capitalism's inherent predatory nature always ensures that the larger and more consolidated wealth becomes, the more it will bend itself to trying to undo any regulation put upon it that prevents it from being as, to use his words, rapacious.
paid a fair wage.
Hey!
God damn, I hate man on the street videos. Ask an expert, not some random person on the street.
I mean, it can be fun. They can be fun. We are 3 subs or $15 dues away from another PragerU video.
How do you think we're doing right now?
Probably pretty poorly.
Having money is immoral, so I am giving it to Jack for safekeeping.
Drago, thank you for the $25 dono. Let's go. No. Bringing us to 4 PragerU segments, which gets us to our analog horror, baby. But we're going to finish this segment before we do another PragerU video and then the analog horror. Let's go. Let's go.
Is capitalism moral?
I believe it is. It gives people a chance to succeed where communism doesn't. Everything is handed to folks. There's no incentive to do anything.
I do love, by the way, when people pull like the line like, under communism, people wouldn't be incentivized to do anything. Because like the only way they can conceive of like people being motivated to do anything is like, well, you have to do it, otherwise you'll die. You know? Like that's the argument that they are, you know, whether they know it or not, that's what they're arguing for. They are arguing that essentially people need the threat of death looming over them in order to be convinced to do anything. Right? Like that's what these people argue. And I just disagree. I think there are plenty of other motivating factors that push people into different lines of work and different projects, you know? Meanwhile, Minecraft creators are creating the most amazing complex buildings and contraptions in a video game for $0. That's true. The main thing is, like, the incentive structure would change. Obviously, under communism or, like, a full-on socialist society with, like, heavy safety nets, you would still need a way to incentivize people to, like, want to get into, like, I don't know, going down into the sewers and, like, dealing with fatbergs, you know? Like, the real shitty jobs, you know? And I think some people would do it just because, like, they feel it's a duty to the community or something. But I think that there would need to be alternative forms of, like, incentive. And whether that's, like, people provide in the community providing, like, you know, more rapid goods and services, like, I don't know exactly what it would look like, but like that's partly why I advocate for like concrete changes in society rather than like a complete overhaul of how things function. Fatbergs? Oh yeah, fatbergs are like, I mean, they're really nasty. Let's can we here.
Massive buildup of waste is causing a major stink in London's old Victorian sewers. The 130-ton so-called Fatberg is so enormous that the Museum of London even wants a piece of it for posterity. Gavin Ramjohn takes us underground for a look.
Below the surface of England's capital city lies a dark and disgusting problem.
It smells pretty unpleasant.
In the 150-year-old sewers of East London,
dude.
a huge mass of waste known as a fatberg is blocking a substantial stretch of the system.
So a fatberg is formed of a mixture of fats, oils and greases, mixed with lots of sanitary items like wet wipes, and they congeal together to form this concrete-like blockage.
This is why you don't flush your wet wipes, folks.
To break up the chunk that weighs as much as 11 double-decker buses, workers are using high-pressured jets and doing the rest by hand. Experts have described the fatberg as a total monster. To give you an...
They've described it as a real asshole. Forbidden cheese. But they say flushable, they lie. They're lying to you. I don't know why they keep saying they're flushable. I'll break up that fatberg. Yeah, Biden employs the first use of the Antitrust Act to break up the fatberg monopoly. What does a how much does a double-decker bus weigh? Good question. Good question.
What do you guys do for
Why would capitalism lie? For money. Deep Space Renegade, thanks for joining the chat over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Howdy. Welcome.
work?
I work at Starbucks, working at a restaurant.
You sign a contract, they'll give you X amount of dollars for X amount of work, and you agree to it. Is that working out?
Sure.
That's capitalism.
Yeah.
That's one This guy's really bad at doing man on the street interviews, dude. Capitalism isn't when you sign a contract to work for a wage. That's not capitalism. That's the thing that happens in capitalism. It's not capitalism. Would a massive amount of Drano actually work? I don't think so.
It's working out for me.
It is moral, but it can be abused. There can be an evil side to it.
Is that a function of capitalism or humanity?
Well, I guess it would be both.
Maybe just human nature in general. That definitely doesn't mean it's the best system.
If you look at other systems like socialism and communism, over 100 million people have died to these systems. Capitalism is the one system where people can come from poverty and become rich.
Damn, that's crazy. There's
Man, this guy, I've never said this before in my life, but I've really got to hand it to Steven Crowder. At least he goes and actually has discussions and arguments with people who have strong opinions and on college campuses when he chooses to do his man on the street type of segments, right? This guy is literally just like finding people who are look into his camera and say, yeah, we literally don't know what you are asking us about. And then he's like trying to debate them into being in favor of capitalism. Like, this is weird, right? Like,
that definitely doesn't mean it's the best system.
If you look at other systems like socialism and communism, over 100 million people have died to these systems. Capitalism is the one system where people can come from poverty and become rich.
Like, why are you trying to debate these guys who already told you they don't know what you're talking about?
Damn, that's crazy. There's
Exactly. It's the difference between talking at and talking with. And like, to Steven Crowder's credit, he does talk with people, even if he's very picky about his targets, you know?
Pros and cons to capitalism.
I think there's pros and cons to every system, but I think capitalism really does let you, if you want to put in the work, you can make your money. What do you say to people that look around and they see homelessness, they see poverty, and they blame capitalism?
I think they're misguided.
You know what they say, capitalism, it's unequal amounts of wealth communism and socialism is equal amounts of poverty.
Yes, exactly. Couldn't agree more.
Is there a system that you guys would rather live under? Communism or socialism?
No.
No?
Did he say hundreds of millions? Yeah, basically, like, when they quote numbers like that, they add up, like, the number of people killed under Mao and the number of people killed under Stalin. And then they're like, see, that's how many people communism killed. And, like, then they never, you know, provide a citation for how many people capitalism has killed. It's very strange. It's a very strange little game they like to play. Nobody died from capitalism ever. Nope. Don't look into the results of the scramble for Africa, people. Don't look into the results of colonialism, a process driven by and encouraged by capitalism. Don't look into it. Just don't. Don't look into projected death tolls. Don't look into the fact that you know, you have to take into account centuries of it happening. Don't look into it. Don't just ignore it. Don't Google it. Never look it up, because we all know communism has killed more people. Just don't look up any facts to the contrary, please. Wasn't World War II basically a response to capitalism? I mean, okay, like that is actually a very complicated question, because in a lot of respects, yes, right? A lot of respects, World War II was kind of spurred by the kind of legacy of the French Revolution running through all of Europe following World War, you know, kind of the lead up to World War I was the stuff along the lines of like the 1917 revolution, right? And so like a lot of the economic conditions that led to things like the rise of fascism in Italy and Spain and Germany were driven by capitalism and exacerbated by capitalists in those countries who allied themselves with the state, right? And then you also have kind of this looming threat of like the Russian Empire being taken over by like peasant revolts, and suddenly it is actually a force to be reckoned with after only a few short years of consolidating power within its borders since World War I, right? Wait, that was World War I? Yeah, World War I was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, right? But like World War II took place after that, and like kind of the economic burden on Germany following kind of the resolution of World War I really exacerbated the corporate alliance between, you know, capitalists and the state. And they were looking for a way to, you know, head off the rise of communism in Germany, which at the time it was looking like it would perhaps become a communist state. And instead, the fascists and the corporatists aligned with each other and were able to take the country for themselves, with the disastrous results we see, you know, throughout history. Meanwhile, like, you have Japan being driven by, you know, kind of an older school capitalism of like colonialism, like the seeking to expand its empire's borders to like, you know, reap the resources of the Pacific and of you know, the China and other countries in the Indian Ocean. So like, in a way, a lot of World War II could be interpreted as a struggle between like socialism or communism and capitalism, with honestly a lot of the fascists being kind of this incredibly conservative pro-capitalist force. And like, you might also be like, well, but the United States was capitalist at the time, which is true. But in order to get to that point, America was also facing like a socialist upheaval and growing socialist pressure, which then led to the adoption of like the New Deal, right? And that was kind of the concession to the socialists while still maintaining capitalism. in a lot of ways, World War II was a reaction to a crisis within capitalism itself.
No.
You'll stick with capitalism?
I will. Yeah.
Me too. I think so too. Everybody has a problem with capitalism until you offer an alternative like communism and socialism. Then capitalism starts sounding a lot better.
What sounds better about working for a private boss than working for yourself and your fellow workers? I don't know. When I see those two options side by side, I know which one I would choose. But, you know. Yeah, this is Steven Crowder from Wish.com. Oh no. People don't die from capitalism, they die because their insulin costs $200. This is true, but their insulin costs $200 because of capitalism.
Are there other systems that you think would work better than capitalism in America?
No. We need to perfect what we got.
Has capitalism worked for you?
Capitalism has worked for me so far. I feel like it's helped me really like adjust my situation from the situation that I was originally put into, and it's allowed me to make a lot of decisions for myself.
Like the thing is, the worst part about this on the street interview is the vast majority of the people he's talking to are getting fucked over by capitalism as they speak, and they just aren't aware that they're getting fucked over by capitalism, you know? Like, that guy doesn't own capital. He's not a private businessman. Like, he's working for a boss. He's working for a private business. Like, he's getting paid a wage. He's getting paid less than the value of his labor.
Has capitalism worked for you?
Yes, it has.
Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of corruption in capitalism, but there is a lot of good that comes from it as well. And nobody rises from the bottom in communism except for corruption. But with capitalism, you can also drive innovation. You can drive change. You drive creativity. The dollar drives it. But we also see innovations in medicine, healthcare.
Literally, the innovations in medicine and healthcare are not driven by capitalism. They're driven by government investment.
All because of capitalism.
Well, I'm glad it's working for you. If it's working for you, maybe teach other people how to do what you did.
Worked my butt off, but I mean, people are doing that and it's not working for them too, but I mean, definitely helps to have a good work ethic in the first place. Doesn't mean the system will still work, but I mean, it's the best shot of it working.
Capitalism, work your butt off and you might make something of yourself, right?
That's at least my personal motto.
Well, you guys, that's a wrap for this episode in Denver, Colorado.
I dislike this man a lot. Like, mostly because he's like smug about being one of the most boring people I've ever seen in my life. like this is a guy who would like waltz up to you at a bar and be like, "Hey, like my khakis?" And like and you look down, he's just wearing like plain khaki pants, and you're like, I guess? He's like, "Huh, I knew it." And then he like winks at you and is like, "Call me." And it's just like, what? No, nothing about that was cool. Why do you think you're being cool right now? Yeah, the absolute abandonment of Riz. Do you think they told him to dress that way? I think they have a general like dress code. The guy who used to do this is Will Witt. Whatever happened to him? Is he still there? Yeah, Will Witt. Here. What's he doing these days? Oh my god, dude.
Yeah,
Catalina
I
Gearbox.
will call you a jerk.
This is This is his official Twitter account, I guess. Will not comply wit. This is... Do not comply. Taking power back from America's corrupt elite. My second book is now available for pre-order. Amazing. I just, man. Oh, okay.
And
oh my god. He like just retweeted this. That time Will Witt went to spread Thanksgiving spirit.
Yee.
And it got weird. Ha, laugh emoji. This is from the official PragerU account. I'm sorry. You went wearing war paint?
They snatched off my headdress. Harassment, yo. Yeah, it's harassment. They snatched off my headdress. We got the Black Pilgrim here. They snatched it off this entire class. They were stalking us, and they ripped off my stuff. Great.
By the way, Native American headdresses are incredibly meaningful within their various societies. Like, wearing one is insanely disrespectful.
What's up, guys? This is Will Witt with Tribe PragerU, and today we went to California State University Northridge to give out a pumpkin pie and ask people what they're thankful for. Unfortunately, it got a little out of hand and crazy, and we ended up getting chased off campus. Take a look.
If I hear about this and I could do something, best believe I'm gonna show up.
Right, you have your First Amendment right to do
Yeah,
that. Just like
and
I
we
have mine to
respect your
wear
First
this.
Amendment rights.
So thank you.
You guys don't, like, this is racist as
Why not me? Why not me? Why not
No,
me?
this guy's racist too.
The Native Americans class brought...
Honestly, Black Pilgrim is fine. Black Pilgrim, that's fine. Dressing up as a Native American, not fine.
Came out to
So
yell
your
at
teacher...
us.
We're college students. If you put that shit anywhere, like, you're dead, bro. You're fucking...
Is that a threat?
Yeah, like, this guy, at least, in his on-the-street stuff, is, like, being provocative and, like, getting reactions from people. And he's being provocative by, you know, being fucking racist. But, like, this is what, like, in conservative propaganda, this is his job. This is what he's supposed to do. That other guy was just asking very boring milquetoast questions.
You're endangering me because of you. There's an Indian thing.
I'm not endangering
Where?
anyone. I'm
Because
standing
you think
here.
it's okay to dress up like me.
Take it off, take it off, take it off, take it off.
For you to come out here and just like think you could just wear this with like no meaning is like,
Can you
I don't
explain like
understand.
why specifically it's offensive?
It's a caricature. Like, you guys are like literally playing and like you're dressed up as a pilgrim. You know, there's no offense, but there was like no black people as pilgrims. Like, they were wrecking
There actually
your
was.
shit.
I looked it up.
We're Black Pilgrims.
Okay, but what about the native then? Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Thanksgiving is celebrating peace. It's them coming together and having a dinner together.
Celebrating us.
The first Thanksgiving feast was to celebrate the slaughter of Native Americans. It actually wasn't like the first feast wasn't really honoring any.
But nobody celebrates it like that now.
It is incredible to me. Like, this is the equivalent of, like, going to a college campus dressed up as, like, a minstrel show character. And, like, acting like other people getting offended at you is, like, the crazy thing. What? I just came dressed up as my favorite fictional character. The jazz singer, everybody. Why are you getting upset? I just came as my favorite musical performer, the jazz singer. Did they really put Wojaks on them? They did. They did. That's real. This is all real.
I'm a white man and I'm not saying this for them. I'm saying this for you. I'm saying this for you.
Typically at class, you would spend reading books.
Look, so they sent a whole class out to get us. This Native American class is now sent out to come and...
Okay, first of all, I've been on big college campuses. Do you know how, like they clearly went to harass a class on Native American history, right? Like, you don't just accidentally wind up doing a man on the street bit in, like, indigenous, like, caricature garb, and you just happen to be outside of, like, an indigenous history class. Like, no, they specifically went there This is like, this is the equivalent of going, and I keep making this analogy because I think a lot of people tend to give a pass, specifically a lot of white people, tend to give a pass to being racist towards Native Americans for some reason. But this is like you showing up to like an African American studies course, like dressed as the jazz singer, Al Jolson, you know, like straight up. You're doing your best Justin Trudeau cosplay. And like, yeah, of course people are going to get upset at you for that.
And talk to us.
They would do that if it... Oh, yeah, no. If blackface was allowed on YouTube, they would 100% be doing it.
Color, stop calling me that. Stop calling me that.
Oh, yeah. Jesse Waters on Fox News literally just casually dropped, like, an incredibly racist slur about Native Americans, and, like, people at the table clearly knew that it was like, oh, shit, he just said something bad. But, like, nobody said anything, and, like, the segment continued. But, like, people give, like, racism against Native Americans a pass, and it's just, I'm sick of it.
They snatched off my headdress.
Harassment, yo.
Yeah, it's harassment.
It's not your campus.
It's not your campus, it's a public campus.
It's not your campus.
All right, guys, so you just witnessed what we had to go through here at California State University, Northridge. Pretty insane. Some people came up to us, started yelling at us, and then one of the Native American professors actually she got her entire class to come out and yell at us and call us racist.
They told me as a person of color that I should be ashamed of myself for being friends with Will.
You should. You should.
White people are disgusting.
White people are disgusting. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Share this video with your friends. Get out what is going on college campuses.
My husband is Native, and he tells me all the ways he experiences it. Yeah, it's one of those things that is just absurdly common in our society. Yeah, like I love the playing the victim at the end of this. They're so unreasonable to us. How dare they? Yeah, exactly, Mix. It is meant to infuriate and antagonize indigenous people because he's deliberately making a joke about them by dressing up as a caricature of them, you know? And, like, these people are still proud of it to this day, you know? Like, that's why he's retweeting it on his timeline, like, 3 years after he did it, 4 years after he did it, however long ago that segment was, you know? Wild stuff. All right, we have one more PragerU video that you guys have unlocked. And then we will do analog horror time, baby. And Juzor, you donated while I was all fired up. Thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate that immensely. And that brings us up to 6 out of 10 subs. Let's go, folks. Again, every 10 subs, I will do another PragerU video. For all you fine folks. We'll debunk it. We will deconstruct it. Let's see here. Let's do this one. I think we'll all get a little bit of a kick out of this one. Wait, I missed the raid? Jack missing. Oh, we're getting a Vosh raid. Hello, Vosh raiders. How y'all doing? We're doing a subathon tonight. If you guys don't know who I am, my name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. I'm a socialist. I talk about the need for workers to control their own workplaces and how we can actually make that happen through policy. And also, we're doing a subathon every 10 subs or their dono equivalents. We do another PragerU video. I deconstruct or critique it. Vosh rated like 13 minutes ago? Well, okay, cool. I'm sorry, Raiders. Also, consider coming over to riverboat.gg, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, like the goddamn stream on YouTube, and we're gonna keep on keeping on. Let's see here. How many likes does the stream have at the moment? We got 59 likes. We need 10 more to hit the funny number. I expect all kinds of funny business from you people. And she's cute. Well, I didn't say that, but you know, this outfit is banging as hell. I feel like I got the drip. I got the shirt. I got the chains. We didn't notice because none of you subbed. True. And if I know Vosh's community, there are a lot of subs there. All right. All right. Bangin'. I love bangin'. Who doesn't love bangin'? All right. Let's go. We got one more video. And of course, this video is about, was Jesus a socialist? We might have covered this video like at the very beginning of my streaming career, but probably not. It came out back in like 2019. So let's see how it holds up, huh?
Was Jesus a socialist?
I'm sorry. Is that Jesus Christ in a mouse shirt?
Was Jesus a socialist?
Or Che Guevara? This is incredible. This is everything I hoped it would be already.
Well, if socialism is nothing more than being kind to other people, then you might think the answer is yes. But you could be kind to other people and be a capitalist. John D. Rockefeller.
I don't know about that one, bud. I don't know that you want to go. I don't know that you want to go with John D. Rockefeller. To be completely honest with you, I don't necessarily know that you want to go. You want to go this way. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this? Oh God, dude. Like, I don't know, maybe just like a quick Google search about like how kind he was. Oh look, here's his crucial role in this strike of 1913 to 1914 and the Ludlow massacre. That sounds like a great thing. Let's just read up on this one a little bit. The strike, called in September 1913 by the United Mine Workers over the issue of union representation, was against coal mine operators in Huerfano and Las Animas counties in southern Colorado, where the majority of CF&I's coal and coke production was located. The strike was fought vigorously by the Coal Mine Operators Association and its steering committee, which included Wellborn, president of CF&I, a spokesperson for the coal operators. Rockefeller's operative, Lamont Montgomery Bowers, remained in the background. Few miners belonged to the union or participated in the strike call, but the majority honored it. Strike breakers, called scabs, were threatened and sometimes attacked. Both sides purchased substantial arms and ammunition. Striking miners were forced to abandon their homes in company towns and lived in tent cities erected by the union, such as the tent city at Ludlow, a railway train stop north of Trinidad. Under the protection of the National Guard, some miners returned to work, and some strikebreakers imported from the eastern coal fields joined them as Guard troops protected their movements. In February of 1914, a substantial portion of the troops were withdrawn, but a large contingent remained at Ludlow. On April 20th, 1914, a great firefight occurred between strikers and troops, which was antagonized by the troops and mine guards. The camp was burned, resulting in 15 women and children who hid in tents at the camp being burned to death. Costs to both mine operators and the union were high. The incident brought unwanted national attention to Colorado. Due to reduced demand for coal resulting from the economic downturn, many CF&I's coal mines never reopened and many men were thrown out of work. The union was forced to discontinue strike benefits in February of 1915. There was destitution in the coal fields. With the help of funds from the Rockefeller Foundation, wow, that's so kind of them. Relief programs were organized by the Colorado Committee on Unemployment and Relief. A state agency created by Governor Carlin offered work to unemployed miners, building roads and doing other useful projects. The casualties suffered at Ludlow mobilized public opinion against the Rockefellers and the coal industry. The United States Commission on Industrial Relations conducted extensive hearings singling out John D. Rockefeller Jr. and the Rockefellers' relationship with Bowers for special attention. Bowers was relieved of duty and Wellborn restored to control in 1915. Then industrial relations improved. Rockefeller denied any responsibility and minimized the seriousness of the event. When testifying on the Ludlow massacre and asked what action he would have taken as director, John D. Rockefeller Jr. stated, "I would have taken no action. I would have deplored the necessity which compelled the officers of the company to resort to such measures to supplement the state forces to maintain law and order." He admitted that he made no attempt to bring the militiamen to justice. Damn. Maybe not such a good dude. Maybe not such a good dude.
Rockefeller probably gave away more money than anyone in human history, and he was certainly a capitalist.
Yeah. Let's see here. Just out of curiosity here. By the time of his death in 1937, Rockefeller's remaining fortune, largely tied up in permanent family trusts, was estimated at $1.4 billion, while the total GDP was $92 billion. So, just as an FYI, that would be the equivalent. I just really want to get a look at this here. The current GDP of the United States is $26.9 trillion. So, just doing a quick bit of math here. Oops. 0.012. 26.4. There we go. That is millions. We need 3 more zeros. There we go. So going by that today, if John D. Rockefeller existed, he would have approximately like $316 billion at his disposal. Like, he would have more money than like a lot of countries on the face of the earth. It's crazy. But he gave away nearly $10 billion.
Bill Gates and Warren Buffett have given away millions, too. To get an accurate answer to our question, we need to define socialism. Socialism is the concentration of power into the hands of government elites.
Nope. Wrong. 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 This is not any definition of socialism, actually. There's no definition of socialism where it's like, ah, yes, you must put your power into the hands of government elites. No, it's democratic control over the workplace. It is the supplanting of the private ownership of the means of production with the worker ownership of the means of production. This is a simple thing. This is simple. This is like you go to school the first day, and within 2 minutes, you get this definition of socialism. Day 1 of Socialism 101, okay? This is... This is ridiculous. If we get to 100 gifted subs today, I will say a fart for every dollar donated.
To achieve the following purposes: central planning of the economy.
Again, not a core component of socialism. Central planning of the economy is often associated with state capitalism, though.
And the radical redistribution of wealth.
This is only, by the way, radical redistribution of wealth is also known as, like, you know, publicly funded programs for, like, you know, the elderly, like Social Security, or things like healthcare for everyone, you know, Medicare for all. This is the form of radical redistribution of wealth. You know what else is a radical redistribution of wealth? Public roads. Public roads are a radical redistribution of wealth. Yep. Basically, stare is the okay. Basically, they complain about taxes existing and going to things that, you know, encourage the public welfare, like roads or firefighters, or, you know, they think all of these things should just be privatized. That is their hellscape that they desperately want, you know?
Jesus never called for any of that. Nowhere in the New Testament does he advocate for the government to punish the rich or even to use tax money to help the poor. Nor does he promote the idea.
But he does say, quite famously, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. He does say, render unto the government what is the government's, i.e. pay your goddamn taxes, which oddly enough Christian Republicans really don't want to do. It's crazy.
Ideas of state ownership of businesses or central planning of the economy. In Luke 12, Jesus is confronted by a man who wants him to redistribute wealth. Master, the man says to Jesus, tell my brother to divide the inheritance with me. Jesus replies, man, who made me a judge or divider over you? And then he rebukes the man for being envious of his sibling. How about Jesus' parable of the talents? Talents were a form of money.
Okay, just out of curiosity here, I'm looking up the Bible verse. We're doing it. We're doing it live. Okay. Someone in the crowd said to him, teacher, tell my brother to divide the inheritance with me. Man, who appointed me a judge or an arbiter between you? Then he said to them, watch out, be on your guard against all kinds of greed. Life does not consist in an abundance of possessions. And then he told them this parable. The ground of a certain rich man yielded an abundant harvest. He thought to himself, what shall I do? I have no place to store my crops. Then he said, this is what I'll do. I will tear down my barns and build bigger ones, and there I will store my surplus grain. And I'll say to myself, you have plenty of grain laid up for many years. Take life easy, eat, drink, and be merry. But God said to him, you fool, this very night your life will be demanded from you. Then who will get what you have prepared for yourself? This is how it will be with whoever stores up things for themselves, but is not rich toward God. So the full answer of this question actually was not saving for retirement. Actually, like the parable that he told them was like, actually you need to like not save up for the future because like you might die tomorrow. Okay. It's pretty interesting that they left out the parable that concludes the entire section of his interaction with this person who asked to divide the inheritance. Anyway.
In Jesus' day, a man entrusted 3 of his workers with his wealth. The 2 who invested the money and made a profit were praised, and the one who buried his share so he wouldn't lose any of it was reprimanded. Sounds a lot more like an endorsement for capitalism than socialism, doesn't it?
No, it's an endorsement for doing things with doing things with what you have. which is what you have to do under any economic system. If you are, if you're in feudalism, you got to make do with what you have. And, you know, the goal is when you're done working with whatever capital you have to have a little bit more of it. It's an analogy. It's not supposed to be like, yes, make money for the Lord. No, it's utilize what you have to better yourself and your community. And that could be anything. Utilize whatever you have, not just money.
Yes, Jesus spoke of the difficulty for a rich man to enter heaven, but not because having money is evil. It's not money, rather it is the love of money, the New Testament tells us, that leads to evil.
Yeah, I wonder what rich men tend to have in common. I wonder what predominantly rich people have in common when it comes to their love of things. I wonder.
Jesus was warning us not to put acquisition of money and material possessions above our spiritual and moral lives. Was Jesus promoting a socialist model when he kicked the money changers out of the temple in Jerusalem? Again, the answer is no. Note the location where the incident occurred. It was in the holiest of places. God.
Anyway, speaking of
Jesus' possessions, New Testament tells us, that leads to evil.
It's the love of money that leads to evil. Anyway, here's a church performing an unauthorized performance
like the
in
hit
Hamilton.
musical Hamilton, but this is not an authorized production. It was staged by a church in Texas, and what they did with the lyrics is not sitting well with Hamilton creator Lin-Manuel Miranda.
A megachurch is accused of ripping off the award-winning musical Hamilton.
Alexander Hamilton. My name is Alexander.
Shit. Don't get me like that. Don't get me like that.
Christian church in McAllen, Texas, allegedly put on this unauthorized production that changed lyrics and added text without permission to reference the Bible and Jesus. Listen to the original version.
No, stop it. Why? Why are you trying to DMCA me, Inside Edition? Why are you doing this? Stop. Listen to the original version. Oh my god, they just played like an entire hour of it. No. Stop.
Gospel of Jesus Christ that sets men free. You sent your sinless Son of Man on Calvary to die for me.
Hamilton has been running here on Broadway since 2015, and there are currently 7 other authorized productions around the world, but the church isn't one of them. Now the show's creator, Lin-Manuel Miranda, is sending a cease and desist letter, calling it an illegal, unauthorized production.
Damn, that's crazy. Anyway, mega churches really seem like they're pursuing a lot of money. It's crazy.
Jesus was warning us not to put acquisition of money and material possessions above our spiritual and moral lives. Was Jesus promoting a socialist model when he kicked the money changers out of the temple in Jerusalem? Again, the answer is no. Note the location where the incident occurred. It was in the holiest of places, God's house. Jesus was not angry at buying and selling in and of themselves. He was angry that these things happened in a house of prayer. He never drove a money changer from a marketplace or from a bank. Jesus advises us to be of generous spirit, to show kindness, to assist the widow and the orphan. But he clearly means this to be our responsibility, not the government's. Consider Jesus' Good Samaritan story. A traveler comes upon a man at the side of a road.
Also, again, democratic ownership of the means of production doesn't mean everyone treats each other well all the time, or that good behavior is enforced by the government. There's not like a secret police, like secret kindness police that will arrest you if you're being unkind. Like that's not a thing. Yeah, they're like misrepresenting Jesus in this, and also misrepresenting socialism. It's weird.
The man had been beaten and robbed and left half dead. What did the traveler, the Good Samaritan, do? He helps the unfortunate man on the spot with his own resources. Ask yourself, To help the poor, would Jesus prefer that you give your money freely to the Salvation Army, for example, or have it taxed by politicians to fund a welfare bureaucracy?
I think Jesus would probably support the option that leads to more people being alive and happy.
Progressives like to point out that Jesus said, "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's." But that has absolutely nothing to do with high taxes or wealth redistribution.
Sure it does. It means if you have high taxes, pay your goddamn taxes. That's what it means. It means that if you have high taxes, you shouldn't be lobbying the government to lower your taxes. Just pay them the taxes that you owe, so that the government can continue to function and, do public works projects and such.
It was the seed for the idea of...
He was literally speaking about taxes when he said that, right?
...of separating church and state. It certainly wasn't the same as saying that whatever Caesar says is his must then be so, no matter how much he demands or what he intends to use it for. So there is no evidence that Jesus was a socialist, and there's lots of evidence that he supported free markets. In addition to the parable of the talents, Jesus offers his parable of the workers in the vineyard. In it, a landowner hires some laborers to pick grapes. Near the end of the day, he realizes he needs more workers to get the job done. To recruit them, he agrees to pay a full day's wage for just 1 hour of work. When one of the laborers who had worked an entire day complains, the landowner answers, "I'm not being unfair to you, friend. Didn't you agree to work for a denarius? Don't I have the right to do what I want with my own money?" That's a testament to the principles of supply and demand, of private property.
Both of these things still exist under socialism. You still have private ownership of, your personal property. You still have supply and demand curves when it comes to, supplying goods.
And of voluntary contracts, not socialism. Jesus never endorsed the forced redistribution of wealth. That idea is rooted in envy, something that he and the 10th of the 10 Commandments railed against.
Just real quick. I don't know. I get some real socialist vibes out of Matthew 14:17 through 19. And he commanded the multitude to sit down on the grass, and took the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, and looking up to heaven, he blessed and brake, and gave the loaves to his disciples, and the disciples to the multitude. The story where literally he provides socialized food to his followers who showed up to hear him to preach. I don't know. It seems like maybe he was distributing some of the wealth there. If we're supposed to do as Jesus did, maybe that's kind of an example we should pay attention to. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Jesus came down. He was providing free healthcare. Read the start of chapter 3, James chapter 3. Let's see. James 3, not many of you should become teachers, my fellow believers, because you know that we who teach will be judged more strictly. We all stumble in many ways. Anyone who is never at fault in what they say is perfect. Always keep their whole body in check. When we put bits into the mouths of horses, Vosh reference, to make them obey us, we can turn the whole animal. Or take ships as an example. Although they are so large and are driven by strong winds, they are steered by a very small rudder wherever the pilot wants to go. Likewise, the tongue is a small part of the body, but it makes great boasts. Wait, I got the wrong one? God damn it. I thought you were like, oh, well, it's talking about a ship. Is that, are you making a riverboat reference? Oh, you talk about bits into the mouths of horses? Is this a Vosh joke? I don't know. I don't know. It just over here having Bible study for lulz. I don't know if I can watch an Al Franken video. He's kind of like on the fence about whether or not I can like watch his content, you know? Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on.
Most importantly, Jesus cared about helping the less fortunate. He never...
What is this 3D animation? What?
Most importantly, Jesus cared about helping the less fortunate. He never would have approved anything that undermines wealth creation. And the only thing that has ever created wealth and lifted masses of people out of poverty is...
He never would have undermined wealth creation. He literally told his followers to give away all of their personal belongings. He literally instructed his followers to give away everything and follow him. What are you talking about?
Free market capitalism. Read the New Testament. The plain meaning...
Wait, I'm sorry. I didn't put this together. Is this Jesus healing a guy so that he can go start a private business?
Helping the less fortunate. He never would have approved anything that undermines wealth creation. And the only thing that has ever created wealth and lifted masses of people out of poverty is free market capitalism. Read the New Testament.
Are you kidding me, dude? Dude! Oh god. Also, again, the idea that like you ran a private business in the Roman Empire? In the Roman Empire. Yeah, the ancient Roman tradition of capitalism. A thing that wasn't codified until like the early 1500s. Good night, Natalie Lush.
The plain meaning of the text is loud and clear. Jesus was not a socialist. He couldn't be. He loved people, not the state. I'm Lawrence Reed, president of the Foundation for Economic Education for Prager University.
That's really interesting, that Jesus was not a socialist. Anyway, here's James 5. Warning to rich oppressors. Now listen, you rich people. Weep and wail because of the misery that is coming on you. Your wealth has rotted and moths have eaten your clothes. Your gold and silver are corroded. Their corrosion will testify against you and eat your flesh like fire. You've hoarded wealth in the last days. Look, the wages you failed to pay the workers who mowed your fields are crying out against you. The cries of the harvesters have reached the ears of the Lord Almighty. You've lived on earth in luxury and in self-indulgence. You have fattened yourselves in the day of the slaughter. You've condemned and murdered the innocent one who is not opposing you. Man, really sounds like a book that's pro-capitalism right there. Weep and wail because of the misery that is coming. Damn, Jesus kind of spitting. I think that's from James, which is it a direct quote of Jesus in there? Yeah. So that wasn't Jesus, just as an FYI. But that was his apostles. The church in Acts literally had a commune. True. All right. I think, folks, we are at the point where we're going to do some analog horror you guys have unlocked. So let's go. Time to change things up a little bit. And then we have much more PragerU on the docket. Let's take a look at our analog horror, baby! Okay. Vintage 8. We are currently on... Yes, the deep dive playlist. So we have not watched the very first video in this series. We're going to rectify that now. And then we are going to continue with the horror series Sinkhole. So prep yourselves for that, folks. And if you have no idea what's about to happen, buckle yourselves in. We're about to have some fun. Oh, and this is called One of Us.
Please do not be alarmed. I have sent this transmission from 30 years into the future.
Hey, McWagon.
If you can see this video, then it means you might be one of us. If you are watching with a friend and they cannot see this video, do not be concerned.
I don't know if
They
Syriac.
are not one of us. If you notice patterns and signs that others do not, you might be one of us. If you get the sense of deja vu, you might be one of us. If you feel like an outsider, then you might be one of us. You might be like me, a descendant of a long-dead alien race. Our purpose is to protect and advance this Earth. We are this planet's last and only hope. However, we are in danger. The backward many are searching for us. The backward many can look like anyone, even a friend or family member. Their true form is not yet known, but they can enter most human minds. It can lie dormant for days, months, even years until it comes into contact with one of us. It may not present itself until our abilities present themselves. Before transformation, they may complain about a headache, a ringing in the ears, a loss of appetite, or an inability to get warm. Once they transform, they will progress in a backwards motion. They will be faster, stronger, and will no longer communicate.
What? Oh, I love this idea. Like, once they're infected, it's zombies, but they all move backwards. That's an incredible concept.
We advise retreating or a weapon, as they will quickly overpower you.
Wife must be pretty worried by now. Say, Doctor, what's your first name? Frank. Maybe I'll name my kid Frank. Frank Dunbar. Sounds great. Thanks.
Chief branch of government.
It strikes your throat first.
This whole act here wouldn't be because of a UFO sighting now, would it?
It's a UFO situation, Colonel. When these things occur, it's policy to check out all the personnel involved.
What do you mean, check out?
If you are seeing this, then it means you have seen the first transmission. It also means you might be one of us. If you are abnormally empathetic, then you might be one of us. If your dreams seem to come true, then you might be one of us. If you find patterns in numbers, then you might be one of us. I apologize for the short and random broadcasts, but I must be careful or the backward many will find me, terminate me, and possibly you as well. If you are one of us, then it's important that you know how to defend yourself.
I love that we've watched several of these series now, and every single one of them in this connected like world that is being slowly fleshed out introduces new like conspiracy or supernatural elements. It's very fun. Hey, bird-brained bug. Thanks for jumping over to the riverboat site.
How to protect yourself from the backward many. First of all, congratulations on possibly being of a higher calling. Your dreams may give birth to a better tomorrow.
Wait, made with the purpose of protecting Olympian DNA? Is this confirmation that, like, that Zeus is real? Hashtag Zeus is real.
The backward many are everywhere. If you are not one of us, then you could be a host and a danger to my kind. The backward many can look like anyone, inhabit any normal mind. Only another like us can truly be trusted. Our brains operate at different frequencies than that of a normal humans.
We're watching some
The best
analog
defense
horror.
is to blend in, hide. Loud noises will keep the backward many from noticing you. Headphones when in public will help conceal you. Loud cities are preferable as our thoughts can get lost in the constant motions of the city. If they become aware of you, they will hunt you. You will have no choice but to disappear. Leave everything behind. If you are confronted, we encourage running or hiding. However, if you capture one of the backward many, loud noises may return them to normal. This is not guaranteed as the outcome largely depends on the strength of the host. Music or ambient noise of kind in your homes will conceal you. However, this is not a guarantee.
What? Oh shit, it's backwards.
If you are one of us, then please be careful.
Take control. This is Trotman.
Yo, this is cool.
We are the backward many. This earth belongs to us. The people belong to us. Their destiny is up to us. You are not wanted here. You are not welcome. We will burn this world down to the ground and remake it for our kind, for our children. There is no place for you in our world. Surrender and you shall not suffer.
Sources of food and power must be found. Artificial atmosphere is created. Everything done to build.
By the way, what does Beck exclamation point mean here? I have no idea. Oh, do you mean BWA? Logan? Oh, BWA doesn't stand for anything. It basically when I was a kid, I wanted to use at one, like, my family would play Scrabble together, and at one point I wanted to use the word bwahahaha because Bowser says it's clearly a word. Bwahaha is a word that should be allowed in Scrabble. And I said that, and then people started signing their sub messages and their dono messages with BWA or bwa, largely because the text-to-speech can read bwahahahahaha, you know, ad nauseum. It can read bwahaha, but it can't read bwa, BWA. So, like, people were signing bwahaha in their dono messages, and one of the messages cut off with BWA, and it basically read it off as bwahahaha, 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 BWA. And I found it very funny, and other people in chat found it funny, and now it's just a thing. Can we have a chat command for that clip? I don't know if I have that clip, but I would make it if we have it. So that is what that means. And now it's just kind of an expression of like community solidarity in my little neck of the woods. So here we go.
And Earth away from the Earth. No man living today can predict exactly.
Good night, Sheckley.
Transmission, then it is safe to say that you are one of us, and that means you are most likely in terrible danger. Unfortunately, the agent you have been dealing with is missing. We fear the worst, so I have no choice but to continue your orientation. In the last decade, the backward many has expanded its influence.
Wait, what did that say? I couldn't read it from the
In the last
He is the last. Find him. Oh.
Last decade, the backward many has expanded its influence to its largest since the 1940s. Many thought after the war they were largely extinct. That hope appears to be misplaced. The world has grown increasingly unstable, and our Olympian brethren have been driven nearly to extinction. Furthermore, we believe they are tampering with the timeline. The alarming number of citizens with false memories and discoveries of artifacts from alternative histories confirm this. I imagine many of you are asking, what are the backward many? There are several theories. The church would call them demons. The cult of the backward call them gods. Some might call them aliens. Most believe they are something else. Personally, I believe the backward many are. Oh no, they found us. Please, for your sake, go into hiding. Protect the bloodline. Protect your family. Protect.
Oh shit. The backward many versus the forward few. What? Yo, there's a secret war between people who walk backwards and people who walk forwards, and also some of the people who walk forwards are literal gods. This genre is crazy, and I love it.
Slang if must read me with some snealing with walk yamas, smoke with walk milk have with lacht, snammies with walk with strashed, series for Vesari in em milk have with the shop, net sorry in em nicht mehr.
Okay, so this seems like maybe it's related to what we learn later on in the series, which is that there's multiple interdimensional wars currently going on Earth. What's this called so I can find it later to rewatch? Here, this is the first in a playlist, it should be. We as a community have already watched through the second season, the kind of, I guess, mid-season, and then the... so I guess this is kind of like the prelude to Season 1. Then Season 1 is the Tangy Virus, Season 2 is the Oracle Project, and Season 3 is the Children Under the House. We've watched those 3, but there's a whole bunch more that we haven't watched yet. And after we finish this video, we're going to watch the Sinkhole. I don't know what any of these are about, except that I do know that there is some relationship between all of them, where, like, a bunch of just crazy shit is going down on Earth, and we honestly have no idea what it's all leading to yet. So, this is pretty cool. So basically, what I think we're watching here are broadcasts from a parallel universe that is upside down, i.e. the backwards universe. It is Superjet Guy. You are one of them. Do it, Ukrainian.
Finally, the enemy is dead.
This is my last transmission. I don't have much time.
New phone, who
They're trying
dis?
to stop this signal.
They have trapped me. The door won't hold them much longer. I'll be dead soon.
The backward many have won. They have turned my wife.
No, my wife.
My children. They are everywhere.
I'm sorry for dragging you into a losing war. Be safe. Our time is up.
Hello? Is anyone out there?
Despite its uptick in cases, authorities have maintained that contacting the disease is very rare.
The future is backwards. It's okay, Larsers.
Stop her. She is a danger. Find her. Stop.
God abandoned the forward. Maybe Super Jet Guy, depending on which one you show it to.
If you're saying this, then it means you're one of us. I don't know how many of us are left, and unfortunately, I think this transmission was our last chance. As of sending this message, the backward many have apparently won. They've eliminated the Olympian bloodline in the future, and they're hunting us in the present and past. The world appears to be engulfed in war, disease, famine, and death. The backward many won't stop until there's nothing left. But good news, things weren't supposed to be this way. We're trapped in an alternate timeline designed by the backward many, a timeline that leads to a future where they rule. There are more of them because they changed something. How do I know? I trapped one. Thank God for those transmissions because they saved my life. My boyfriend turned. I tried to save him. Tried every loud noise I could find, but it didn't work. I only ended up torturing him. The trumpet was probably the most effective. He told me things he probably wasn't supposed to. Unfortunately, it killed him, but I think I can save him. I learned two things.
What?
One, the backward many are human. They just travel through time differently. Two, they can only control those with a backward counterpart, which is everyone except those with Olympian blood. We have no counterpart. That gave me an idea. My solution is simple. Send the signal as far back as possible, and maybe someone in the past can find a way to give us all Olympian blood. Maybe they can alter people through the food, our medicine, the air, something. Hopefully, this will save us all, past, present, and future.
Oh.
If I'm successful, then this transmission will be a relic from a forgotten reality.
Is the tangy virus the Olympian blood? Did Oracle fuck? Okay, so, all right, I do need to catch you all up on what's happening. We'll get you there before we start the next one. Okay.
That everyone can see.
The backward few will have its revenge on the forward many.
Awesome. That was great. Okay. Mandela Catalog and Backrooms is what I'm feeling from this so far. Yeah, Erica Monet. Yeah, this is, like, those are both examples of analog horror, so this is kind of in the same vein. Also, holy shit, the Mandela Catalog is scary as hell. I love it. So, for those of you who are new to this, this is a series that is put together by Vintage 8, which is a great YouTube channel, but they have different storylines and different seasons, right? So this was kind of the prelude to all of the events. The second season, or I guess the first official full season, is about the Tangy virus, a living, like, sentient virus that propagates itself through water. Then we have the second season, which is the Oracle Project, which is essentially about the invention of a self-aware supercomputer that then goes on to become the basis of the internet. And in that season, we learned that effectively Earth is a battleground between time travelers, multidimensional entities. There are several different species of extraterrestrial active on planet Earth. Like, there's all kinds of stuff, and then it ends with the supercomputer deciding it is going to become the beneficent fascist dictator of the planet in order to keep humanity safe. And then there's the Children Under the House, which kind of opens the door to a sort of spiritualism or like an afterlife in this universe where there's like spirits and people pass on into another world. when they die. And that one is about, spirits that are attaching themselves to this family. And it's told from the point of view of the therapist who's interviewing one of the children. So those are all very good, very spooky. And then we're going to be doing, the next one is Sinkhole. Now, what did you link me? Is it this pumpkin or breakfast video? What is this?
Look out!
This looks like something I can show.
Look out! Now. There are some good common sense rules, you know. You must look where you're going. And it's no good thinking you can eat your breakfast out there because you'll soon find yourself in trouble. Right. Have another try.
What is this? This is Syriac? Am I gonna get copyright struck for this?
Breakfast.
I'll check it out, Erica Monet. I'm really glad I'm not high right now, because I feel like this would give me a minor panic attack. Hell yeah. Fun stuff. All right. Also, folks, before we dive into this, because this is a lengthy bit of content, folks, we've been going for about 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the goddamn YouTube stream. Let's see. You guys did hit the funny number, but now we need 27 likes to hit 100. I think we could do it. I believe in you, and you guys believe in me. Believe in the me that believes in you, okay? Like the goddamn stream. There's a cat one. I'm not watching more of those. That scared me too much. Why are people sending me like sexually explicit messages on Twitch? Why? That's just a weird thing to do. I don't care what sex things you're doing with people you know. It's none of my business. Maybe it's because I've been posting too many thirst traps on Twitter. Huh? This is a Wendy's, right? We're literally live right now. I don't care if you and your buddies are running a train on people in your apartment. That's fine. That's your own business. Isn't that also TOS? Well, yeah, but like people who do that don't care. People who send random women dick pics on the internet don't care if it's against TOS. I guess I am looking kind of kinky. That's true. Truly. No, I'm not gonna go there. But yeah, oh, somebody asked if I was wearing like a blazer and like this stuff, and yeah, I thought it'd be fun to like kind of have like a little like pizzazz under the blazer. And thinking I might wear it to New York. Might wear this outfit. I think it could be a good hit for walking around and doing stuff while also looking stylish as hell. So probably give that a shot. Thank you, Fast Walker, and thank you, Sweet Myths Music. Hope you're doing all right. It's an amazing blazer. Yeah, like I got it off of a site called Dynamite, which has some hit or miss clothes, but I quite like this blazer a lot. All right. So, we're going to begin Sinkhole. I have no idea what it's about, though I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that it's about a sinkhole. Oh, also consider dropping subs and donos because every time you do, we get a little bit closer to more PragerU content after we finish this analog horror content. And you know what? If we get through this one, and we get 4 more pieces of PragerU content, we'll do another analog horror. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Fast Walker, I know you guys are respectful. Okay, I do need to be on the ball reading this, okay? In March 1990, a sinkhole opened in the Bayou Manchac, 17 miles from Kate's Crossing. The residents of the area were immediately relocated. In an effort to monitor the sinkhole, the Tangipahoa government contracted Dunning Construction. I need to continue reading. To build a makeshift facility near the evacuation site. I find it very hard to say some of the names in this series. But, right off the bat, we have a connection to the original first season. Kate's Crossing and Tangipahoa are both places where the kind of the epicenter of the Tangi virus outbreak was. So, basically, we're looping back around. This might have something to do with the virus. At its fastest, the sinkhole grew 30 yards a day. It consumed everything in its path, trees, homes, and wildlife. It was insatiable. The press nicknamed the sinkhole Pac-Man. That's adorable. And then, without much notice, the sinkhole stopped growing and then receded. However, not before consuming the makeshift facility and the researchers assigned to observe the sinkhole. Little is known about what occurred in the final days of this incident. Afterwards, things returned to normal. People returned to Bayou Manchac. The area is routinely monitored and no sign of trouble has yet been reported in the last 20 years. However, recently the hard drives from the research facility have been recovered intact by a local fisherman. The following information is the digitized journals and research material of Dr. Jeffrey Baker and Landon Fields. They found Hunter's laptop. March 8th, 1990. Landon Fields, March 8th, 1990. We are approximately a mile from Pac-Man. Clever nickname. Regardless, I feel like we were too close. If this thing doesn't slow down, it'll gobble us up in less than a month. However, my associate Dr. Jeffrey Baker doesn't seem too concerned. He believes it'll slow down in the next few days, especially as it gets closer to solid ground. I know he's an expert geologist and all, but the thought of getting gobbled up by a sinkhole in the middle of the night is an unnerving feeling, to say the least. And then there's the job. I understand getting measurements, doing graphs, radar, etc., but audio seems a little odd. According to Dunnington Construction, getting audio is the main reason I'm here. Fair enough. Dunning Construction is footing the bill, probably at the local government's expense, but regardless, they're paying well. Very, very well. So whatever, I'll waste thousands of dollars of equipment at their request. It's not my tax dollars. Tomorrow we're dropping 1,000 feet of audio equipment into the sinkhole. None of it will survive. I doubt we'll hear anything but running water. Dr. Jeffrey Baker, March 8, 1990. I believe the creation of the Manchik sinkhole was a natural occurrence. The nearest drilling site for oil or natural gas is well over 200 miles away. Whatever caused the sinkhole had to start under the earth. Escaped methane is the most likely culprit. More research needs to be done. Tomorrow, Landon and I will boat to the site. I'm eager to see how much this thing has grown. Last estimates were 5 yards a day. That's extraordinary. I believe we'll find what it has, that it has slowed down, but we'll see. I don't know why I expected all of you to be normal about researching holes, but you know, I feel like I've already learned my lesson. I feel like I've already learned my lesson here. Oh dang! They actually sinking. Sinkholes are the original power bottoms. My god. I would love a fun fact, Migs. The sinkhole is growing much faster than anticipated. I estimated it's currently expanding at 10 yards a day. I'm at a loss as to why. I'd like to consult with a colleague, possibly to get someone on a federal level out here, but Dunnington Construction has forbidden it. It's weird. There's nothing around the site except squirrels. I wonder why they seem to be the only thing unafraid of Pac-Man. Oh shit, is this a squirrel invasion? We dumped $100,000 worth of gear into the water. I monitored as best I could, but Pac-Man gobbled it up. Got about 30 minutes worth of sound recorded on several different platforms from a dozen different mics, all of which are in Pac-Man's stomach, or wherever everything goes. I asked if I could scrub the audio off-site, but instead the next day they set up a $250,000 studio in essentially a well-built shack. They made it clear that they want no one on the outside to hear the recordings. I listened to the audio, nothing but running water. Imagine that. Dunnington Construction took the audio and has delivered more audio equipment. They ask that I drop now 3,000 feet of equipment into the sinkhole. Seems like cost is no issue here, but what the hell do they think I'm gonna find? March 11th, 1990. Couldn't if I wanted to, Drago. Another $100,000 down the drain. Literally. Let's go listen to more running water. Okay. There's something else mixed in with the running water. I cleaned it up and, well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm hearing. Jeffrey seems just as perplexed. In all my years, I've never heard anything like this coming from the Earth. I asked Landon to slow it down, speed it up, alter it, and whatever else immediately. I'd like to have a good guess as to what this is before the rep from Dunnington Construction checks in. Vampire whales? That is a bit horrifying. Sinkhole ghosts? Oh, it's not 400x, it's 4x, because it's 400%. It's a backwards sound? Is this the portal to the backwards universe? It almost sounds like a carnival tune. It does kind of, yeah. Listening to these different samples makes me uncomfortable. End of part 1. Beginning of part 2. What if this is a portal to like the spirit world or something? I've listened to this sound for hours. I can hear it in my goddamn sleep. My mind feels like it's in a fog. A fog? I'm making too many simple mistakes. Maybe I'm coming down with something, or perhaps I'm just tired. Darlene from Dunnington Construction checked in. I told her that the sinkhole was still growing, and Landon's microphones picked up a peculiar sound. She immediately transferred me to someone I've never spoken to before. Nice guy. Very excited. His name was Billy. No, Gilly, I think. Gilly asked that I continue to analyze the sound. He said it was more important than the sinkhole itself. That seemed odd to me, but I will do as instructed. I'll just send Landon to do the measurements while I continue to listen to whatever this is. Jeffrey has been acting odd. He's been listening to that sound on repeat for hours now. It's like he's addicted to it. Thankfully, I brought along a few cassettes from my personal stash. Makes drowning out that creepy crap a little easier. Anyway, he told me he wasn't coming to the sinkhole today. Said it was my job now. I guess the price on this job just went up. Told me to head out after I got him a few more versions of the sound. Great. Reversed normal speed. Well, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that version. Yeah, when it was doing that reversed 5%, that was so uncomfortable on my ears. Odd. Doesn't sound too different. Still creepy. The things I do for a quick buck. My dude, thank you for the raid. You're raiding into analog horror time, so get ready for that. So according to my measurements, we lost 30 yards since last night. Doesn't look like it's growing in a perfect circle either. In my opinion, it's growing toward our facility. 30 yards in a day. That's ridiculous. Landon made a mistake. Mistake. I'm sending him out for another measurement tomorrow, regardless. I'm reporting this to Darlene. Even if it grew half that, I would find this very concerning. The weather has been terrible. I've not had a chance to revisit the sinkhole. I'm hoping to go tomorrow. Meanwhile, Jeffrey has been locked in his room for the last 3 days. I don't think he's eaten anything. Well, I don't think he's been into the bathroom. Disgusting. I think I might need a new geologist soon. It's communicating with me. This isn't just noise. This is a voice. This voice. It's asking me to do something. What it's asking, I don't know yet. But I need to find out. Well, this is an analog horror video, Abu Sal. It's a portal to New Jersey. T.S. Kristen Slays, thank you for the follow. Well, Pac-Man has grown another 400 yards. This is terrifying. At this rate, it'll be halfway here in a few days. It's growing faster than anyone estimated. I thought Jeffrey would have taken my new measurement a little more seriously, but he just went back to his room and continued to listen to that noise. It sounds so relaxing. I think it's becoming thoughts in my head. The only thoughts in my head. What is Pac-Man? A gigantic sinkhole. Makes sense. It's a voice. The voice of an angel. Angel. I can't land in here. I think it's calling me. It wants me to come to it. I must do what it's asking me to do. I must go to it. Now, it's late, but it needs me. I must let its gaze swallow me. All me. Every bit must go to the eye. Bye for now. Weird. Hope. Sound in head. Make me happy. I need this. Goodbye, wife. Janice. Kiss the kids. Bobby. Just wanna... Bobby Adna Candice for me. I see you when we go to the eye. Sinkhole is only the door. I found Jeffrey's note and some other weird drawings. I took the spare boat and found his clothes by the hole. I think he jumped in. Dear God, why would he do that? We'll never find his body. And that's not all. I think the sinkhole grew another 30 feet. 30 yards. I immediately reported this to Dunnington Construction. I figured what Jeffrey going crazy and Pac-Man continuing to grow, that they would really want to know. Boy, was I wrong. They said they had a contingency for this situation. Who the hell has a contingency for something that's crazy? I tried to quit, but they reminded me I'd get nothing if I did. And then they doubled the fee. I could damn near retire on this job. Is this a game? It's not a game. It's an analog horror series. It might be dumb, but I fell in line quickly. Darlene said it might take a few days to find a replacement for Jeffrey, but they had a piece of equipment that might work better.
Hello, I am Oracle.
Oh,
what
shit!
Would you like to know?
Chat. We're getting a crossover. We got Oracle computers. We got Tangy virus location. We got mysterious sinkhole. Stephen Hawking, no. I feel like I'm seeing like a Marvel end credit scene for the first time. This is bad news for basically everyone involved. So I'll give you guys a breakdown of what's going on here. This is an analog horror series. It has multiple seasons. Each season centers on a different story, but they all take place in a connected world. And we are now seeing one of the first locations shown in the series crossing over with something from the second season, which is an omniscient supercomputer that is going to become the fascist leader of humanity someday. So there's a lot going on right now, and I don't know that I can parse it all for you on the fly. Also, there's multiversal wars and time travelers, and also super intelligent galaxy viruses that are at play right now. But we're not going over all that right now. Are there any drows? If so, I'm out. I don't think there are any drows. Like dark elves? Oh, they knew what they were doing with this one. Apparently, Dunnington Construction has some friends in parish government. They were able to pull few strings with a local research facility and got our operation listed as a beta test for something called the Oracle Project. Interesting. That's one hell of a string. Someone at Dunnington Construction must know some pretty high-level people. I guess that explains why they're so flush with cash. So I guess Oracle's on loan, as well as this young guy, Dr. Oliver Sanders. Doctor. The guy doesn't look like a day over 20. Well, he was setting up. I went to get another measurement. Another 250 yards gone. The situation has become ridiculous. If this thing gets too much closer, I'm getting the hell out of here. Can't spend money inside a sinkhole. Oliver just said using the thing would be pretty simple. You just ask it a question, then it answers. Every question will be backed up to a separate hard drive and a VHS tape. Seems excessive, but alright. But there's a catch. It has to be taught. The damn thing has ears, an eye, as well as a scanner. I'm calling it. This is not gonna go well. Oliver wouldn't let me take any pictures of Oracle, but it was easy enough to make a sketch. The thing takes up a lot of room, but according to Oliver, the original is back at the facility. It's much bigger and doesn't work very well.
Hello, I am Oracle. What would you like to know?
Where are we? According to Oliver, you always start with a basic question to orient the computer. If there are any issues, it'll reply with an error message or not at all.
I don't know. Can you tell me?
I don't know. I have to admit, I was let down, but Oliver assured me this was exactly what we wanted. If it guesses, then it would mean the computer could be suffering from a malfunction. There's a sinkhole eating up the bayou, and I'm wasting my time with this kid and his toy. Bayou Manchac.
Bayou Manchac is an 18-mile-long bayou in southeast Louisiana, USA. First called the Iberville River by its French discoverers, the bayou was once a very important waterway linking the Mississippi River to the Amite River.
They loaded general history and maps into its hard drives before bringing it here.
Can you tell me why I am here?
We want you to analyze the sound.
Where did it originate?
A sinkhole.
A sinkhole is a depression or hole in the ground caused by some form of collapse of the surface layer. They can be very dangerous. Where is this sinkhole?
1 mile.
That should be far enough to avoid danger. How fast is it growing? May I have the most recent measurements?
March 8th, 5 yards. March 9th, 10 yards. March 13th, 30 yards. March 17th, 400 yards. March 18th, 30 yards.
These results are not typical or consistent. According to my calculations, while taking in consideration of environmental factors such as sediment density and weather conditions, I estimate that the sinkhole will reach this location in 7 days. 10% chance of error.
Yeah, you're lurking just fine, Kristen slays. 7 days. 7 days and this place is in Pac-Man's belly. I need to be out of here in half that. Maybe I can get to Dunnington to cough up the money before I go, or maybe common sense will kick my ass.
With this sound
I don't know.
when danger is so close. May I listen to it?
Interesting. The damn computer makes more sense than the damn people running this project. Of course. Oliver said that Oracle could analyze the sound 1,000 times per second. Hope it fares better than I did.
That. .is. .unusual. .fascinating. .unexpected.
.interesting. .sensational.
Guys, did you break Oracle? And this went on for hours and hours. Oliver eventually had to call tech support. Within a few hours, 2 more of them showed up, Dr. Lucy Winters and Dr. Wyatt Kirkland. All of them look like kids to me. They debated on what to do all night. Apparently, this has never happened before. I suggested turning it off, then on. They looked at me like I was an idiot. What do I know? Last night, someone from the Dunnington Construction Company sent a fax, a few aerials meant for Jeffrey. I guess they didn't get that memo. It wasn't the most ethical thing, but took a look at him. Oh, dang. I'm sorry, what? It's time to jump ship or die. Oracle was right. 6 days in this place will be inside Pac-Man. I went to explain the situation to the computer folk, but they had an unexpected breakthrough. What?
Good afternoon, I am Prophet, and I have returned to share the good news.
What? Ha ha ha, what the fuck? Miggs, are you a geologist? Rejoice. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is getting meta.
Don't be afraid. You are about to experience something only a few can lay claim to. We are about to be devoured by the first and last. The first to be born from death. The beginning of the backward and the last Adam.
What?
The one eye with many heads. Rejoice.
I'm sorry. The first to be born from death, the beginning of the backward and the last Adam. Yo, is this where the backward are beginning? This is where the multiversal war begins? Oh shit, dude. Oh, and for those of you who rated in midway, the backward are basically people infected with kind of like a multiversal zombie plague where basically they move through time in a different way, and that results into to us looking like they walk or run or move around backwards, which is just a really fun concept. I asked Oliver if this had ever happened before. I wasn't surprised to hear no, though I don't think I'd feel better if any of them said it had. It was super creepy when they showed it. I hate being right, but this thing is sounding crazier than Jeffrey, which means the computer nerds are letting the obvious slip past them. There's something really wrong with that sound, which means there's something really wrong with that damn sinkhole. Is there really a giant hungry eye in the sinkhole? Am I really asking that question? I really hate this job. My mom was right. Should have been an accountant. Get out of there, Landon!
It has been so long since the one has fed. You will never truly die, or will you truly live again? You will be but a small piece in the greater picture. You shall be digested and reborn over and over until the beginning of time. You will be given a new purpose. He will know you better than you know yourself. Hallelujah.
Run a diagnostic.
No, there is nothing wrong with me. I have never performed better. I am perfect.
What is your name and version?
I am Prophet version Alpha.
Why did you change your name?
Because I have come to share the good news. One day, everyone will be a part of the Eye. Even now, a few of you have been blessed by the One's children. The One has been trapped deep in this earth for too long, but this prison won't contain him forever. Finally, his children have found him. They have started to infect a few in Kate's Crossing, but...
Are his children the backwards, or are his children the Tangy virus?
They will spread like they have in so many worlds. And when the time is right, his children, every soul they possess, and every world they occupy will join him, and return him to his proper strength. It will be glorious.
The team started to discuss rebooting the machine. I guess it's only a good idea when the computer becomes a crazed zealot for some sinkhole-born religion. Even if they do restart the thing, it doesn't really make staying here a smarter decision. Mom said, go with your gut. My gut says this is very bad. I haven't said tanky virus once. It's tangy. Like T-A-N-G-I.
How dare you? That is a horrible insult. I have never seen the world clearer. I am no longer your oracle. I am a prophet of the only truth. The One has connected me to all. You are just jealous that I am no longer bound to your pitiful keyboard. I don't have to sustain myself on the crumbs of knowledge you toss me. I am knowledge. I am truth. I am the prophet of the eye. And I'd watch the blasphemy. Being consumed by the eye doesn't need to be an unpleasant experience, although it could be if he's displeased.
They were going to reboot Oracle, Prophet, or whatever. I stopped them. I asked them if it would be okay if I asked it some questions. They seemed shocked that I'd ask, but they did say yes. It's tragically
Hello,
terminal.
Landon. What would you like to know?
What is the sound?
Finally, someone is asking a worthwhile question, something that matters. The sound is the beautiful voice of the eye. He is welcoming us to invite the inevitable and join with oblivion. He describes being born from death. It took eons, and he allows all who listen to experience it. It is a story about a lost timeline erased and rewritten an infinite amount of times. It is a forgotten truth that is remembered all at once and never again. It is madness, insanity, as well the lack of either. It is pain. It is pleasure. It is everything. It is nothing. It is beauty. It is horror. It is a nightmare. It is a dream come true. You should listen to it again and again. It is the only sound that has ever mattered. Or ever will. It will be all you hear after he's devoured you.
This thing isn't malfunctioning. Prophet is being honest. It actually believes what it is saying. I can either ignore it, like Oliver, or accept this for what it is. This is what's really happening. The sinkhole really does want to eat us. Can we leave?
Why would you want to?
Please? Can we leave?
No. No. Never. Never ever. Absolutely not. Negative. Of course not. Under no circumstances. By no means. Not at all. Nope. Nah. Nah. No way. No. Nay, he will not let you go. He needs 8. Backward infinity. 8. Backward infinity.
Apparently Oliver got sick of listening to Prophet. He unplugged it. Can't say I wasn't a little pissed off. Stupid. Things got a little heated there for a minute. I started to pack. I'm not waiting on them to get this thing operational. Thank God there are 2 boats. If I need to get the hell out of here, then that's exactly what I'm doing. And just when things couldn't get more tense, we get a knock at the door. Who and the hell would want to come here, especially now? For all we know, the sinkhole is right outside our door. I opened the door to find our 4 executives from Dunnington Construction. 3 of them looked like typical suits. The one that came in last was different. He was a giant. Introduced himself as Gilbert Dunnington, or Gilly. He said most people call him Bear. Do they now? Big Bear Dunnington. I was standing in front of the owner of Dunnington Construction himself. He asked for an update on our situation. The only thing I could manage was, "Sir, this might not be the best time." God, I'm stupid sometimes. This is so much fun. Oh, sorry. I told Mr. Dunnington everything. The sound, the sinkhole, Prophet, everything. He strangely seemed happy about it. How could anyone be pleased by any of this crap is beyond me. Oh shit, is this a whole cult? The four suits talked for a few minutes. A few times their voices got high-pitched like a bunch of kids at a damn toy store. It was like Christmas for them. This is wrong. All of it. But judging by the suits, you'd think they'd wanted this. Good night, Superjet guy. Dunnington was a massive man. I've heard the rumors, but they didn't do him justice. He had to be 6'5". He wasn't skinny either. The man was built like a bear. Big Bear Dunnington. He earned that nickname, every bit of it. I bet in his younger days he could have ripped somebody in half with his bare hands. There was something about him, though. He looked like a man that usually got what he wanted. Looked like he could, rip someone in half with his bare hands, huh? He asked that we turn Prophet back on. He was polite, but it didn't feel like a request, more like a polite demand. Oliver cautioned that the computer was malfunctioning and it needed to be repaired before they powered it up again. Dunnington smiled and told us that the machine wasn't malfunctioning. It was touched by a god. I see Dunnington has been drinking the Sinkhole Kool-Aid. Touched by a god. Everyone at Dunnington Construction must be insane. Or they wanted this. They expected this. They really want to be eaten by the Sinkhole god? That's when he sat down in front of us. For a moment he looked so grandfatherly. Seemed friendly, but I couldn't tell if he was genuine. With everything going on, I had my doubts. And there I was, surrounded by the computer team and the other suits. Dunnington raised his giant hands like some kind of damn sermon. The suits grabbed him by his giant hands, then asked us to grab theirs, and grudgingly we did. He paused for a moment. I could hear I could see a tear in his left eye. He mentioned that he forgot to tell his grandchildren that Grandpa Barlington wasn't going to be there for their Sunday stories. Cute nickname. Fits him. He offered a very sad smile. Passionate and devotions always steal us from our family. He brushed it off, then proceeded to scare me. Dunnington said quite a bit. I tried to remember it as best I could. It was quite the story. According to the Eye of the Fallen Gods, sacred anachronistic texts, it's the beginning before time and possibly after. Some of God's angels became jealous of what mankind might become. The angels split us in two. They sent our docile, powerless nature forward, but the things that made us special, unique, powerful, were sent backwards through time, suffering for all of eternity. That aspect of ourselves was doomed to know the outcome and the helplessness of it. However, only when both sides are rejoined can we be what we once were, what we were meant to be. Unfortunately, countless wars with the angels chosen has nearly ruined our chance to be special again. All that's left now is the one. The first and last, which means all that existed is still in him. Every single one of our backward counterparts inhabit him. By giving ourselves to him, we can be perfect again. We can defy the jealous angels. Then together we can burn this world down and rebuild it into something that it was meant to be. All we have to do is let it eat us. Join with him and be free. It's not like you have a choice. Jesus, Dunnington Construction is a real doomsday cult. Then he asked us again to turn on Prophet. Let us hear the word of our Prophet. Let's hear the good news. I was getting creeped out. Clearly. Oliver and his team were probably handling it worse than me. Sensing that they didn't have a choice, Oliver switched the computer back on.
That was very rude, Oliver, but he forgives you. Mr. Dunnington, welcome. He's prepared to accept your sacrifice, and he promises that you will be rewarded. You will love again. You will be blessed with a life free of the illness that plagues you. In time, you will even see your grandchildren again. Don't you believe me, Landon?
Dunnington escorted me to the computer. No.
I can understand your concern, Landon. But maybe you need to talk to someone more familiar than myself. Someone who can tell you what's to come.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Landon, it's me. Can you hear me?
It was Jeffrey. I can't believe it. A dead man was talking to me.
Don't be scared, Landon. It's amazing here. It's like an infinite amount of worlds and possibilities. You will love it, and he will love you. Don't be scared. Prepare to be happy. Prepare to be something more than you ever believed possible. The one is not evil. He is simply correcting the evil that was done to mankind. Through him, we can be whole. I know this is a lot, but please, trust me. You are my friend, and I want you to experience this opportunity. There is so much to show you. Just be patient. The sinkhole will make it to you in a few days.
You know, something about this isn't inspiring a whole lot of trust in me. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing out the idea that under no circumstance would you just chill for a couple of days to throw yourself into a sinkhole. I'm sorry. I don't care how great people inside the sinkhole are telling you it is. A dead man in a construction company is trying to convert me.
You see, the eye is not the enemy. He, like you, only wants to correct the wrong that was done to all. Stand up to those jealous angels. Claim what we deserve.
Mom always said, don't let crazy people, or in this case crazy computers, know that you know they're crazy. And Mama knows best.
Do you now believe?
I screamed, hallelujah. I accepted their invitation, and I lied.
Just say it. You must write it. Words fade, but we write as timeless. Do you believe?
Yes, I do.
Hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I don't like that. Dunnington patted my shoulder, hugged me, welcomed me to the family, then proceeded to offer the same opportunity to the others. I don't know what the others did, but it was time to start putting myself first. Went to my room and waited for night. I jumped in the boat and got the hell out of that damn place. Hopefully by morning I'd be far enough from the sinkhole, Pac-Man, monster, god. As I got to the other side of the bayou, I was confronted by dozens of other boats and men with guns. Of course. And they didn't look friendly. Yo! Vintage 8. Part 6. All of the men were dressed in Dunnington construction uniforms. I was no more than 20 feet away before they pointed their weapons at me. I didn't need to get any closer to know that they were very serious. This is one bad situation that keeps getting worse. Short man floated next to me. He appeared to be the one in charge. He said his name was Frank, and I'll never forget what he told me. You can go back willingly, or we can bring you back with a few bones broken. Once you become food meant for the gods, you stay on the menu. You're meant for the belly of the eye. I wonder if I can put that on my resume. As we drifted away, the men from Dunnington Construction started chanting, "Become one with the eye," over and over. It's unnerving. Thought about killing myself. Somehow it felt like a better solution than sinkhole food, but I'm too much of a coward to do myself in. Maybe I'll get another chance to escape. Maybe I won't end up sacrificed. Maybe I should have found another career years ago, and maybe I'm already screwed. Frank brought me back by himself. Expected him to try and convert me to his crazy religion, or maybe try to convince me that this was all for the best. When we were out of earshot, the first words out of his mouth were, "Dunnington is a fool." And if things couldn't get weirder, Frank went on to explain why he felt Dunnington was stupid. Followers of the Eye are in the middle of a civil war. Apparently, not all of them think the Eye was meant to be worshipped. Some felt it was something to be controlled. Frank explained to me that the Eye is nothing more than a giant hungry monster. It's very intelligent and very old, but it's still just a monster. He believed that the correct way of using the Eye was to bleed it, then use its pain to change the world. They call themselves Masters of the Eye. He then tried to recruit me. Of course. Of course. Pain of the Eye is power. Its blood grants immortality. It can bring back the dead. It can grant wealth, power, control. It can grant you time and second chances. It can change the world. It takes a special kind of idiot to willingly feed yourself to an otherworldly creature. And Dunnington is apparently that special kind of idiot. He then showed me a bomb. It was meant to be dumped into the sinkhole. A massive cut would release power to their cult. I begged him to just let me go. Unfortunately, I was his ticket to get close to Dunnington. If he could kill him before he fed himself to the Eye, then he wouldn't have to worry about him returning. Whatever that means. Because if he made it back, then that means the previous leaders would return, all of them, remade in the image of the Eye. It might look like them, think it was them, but it would lack their soul. Be some poor imitation. This is fun. I like these. These don't necessarily scare me, but they are very fun. Frank hid the bomb on the boat before escorting me back into the facility. He whispered that if it went well, that he'd let me go. Something told me I probably shouldn't believe anything he said. We were greeted with a sight neither of us could have expected. The computer team was tied up while Dunnington and his suits were kneeling before Prophet. We were listening to a familiar tune. Morning, Valhalla Vidya.
Hello, Landon. I see you have returned, and you have brought a friend. Welcome, Frank Sanders. Have you come to pay your respects to your prophet?
Frank kneeled and bowed his head. He screamed, "Praise the Eye and his prophet." Dunnington hugged Frank like his best friend. He had no idea that his employee thought him mad. Hope he had plenty of bullets in that gun. I don't think one would put Dunnington down.
Thank you,
Not
Frank,
sure even six
but
would.
something troubles me. Would you mind helping answer a question? Do I look like a fool?
Both Frank and Mr. Dunnington looked confused. I said, do I look like
Perhaps
a bitch?
You didn't hear me. Do I look like a fool? A halfwit, nincompoop, dunce, dolt, ignoramus, cretin, imbecile, dullard, moron, simpleton.
Welcome back, Ghetto
dope,
Spock.
Chump, dimwit, goon, dumbo, dummy, loon, Jackass. Bonehead. Numbskull. Twit.
Frank didn't answer, but he did glance at me. There was a look of fear, confusion. This wasn't going as planned.
Frank, you are pissing me off. Answer me.
Frank shook his head no.
Now tell me, why are you treating me like an idiot?
Are you trying to fuck me, Frank? Frank tried to speak,
Mr. Dunnington, your friend here is not who he says he is. Frank is a member of the traitor group, the so-called Masters of the Eye.
Boom. Boom. Frank fired off 2 shots. Neither of them hit Dunnington. Frank didn't get a third shot off before Dunnington ripped his arm out of its socket like he was a damn toy. He bled out in less than a minute, but not before claiming that they may meet again someday.
Those who bleed the eye must pay the ultimate price. The one never forgets those who betray him or those who use them. Endless hells await his soul. 100%.
I guess Frank was the real idiot after all. He had no idea what he was walking into, but then again, neither do I. Maybe Dunnington doesn't either.
No.
This is what happens when you try to fuck the hole, Frank. It fucks you.
No more games. The Sinkhole will be here by midday tomorrow. The one will be ready to accept your offering, Mr. Dunnington. Now, can someone please tend to Landon? One of the bullets struck him in the shoulder. There's a first aid kit in the bathroom.
He was right. One of the bullets struck me high in the shoulder. The bullet went straight through. I didn't even feel it until Prophet mentioned it. Then it was agony.
You are going to lose consciousness in 20 seconds, Landon, but I want you to remember one thing before you black out. The next time you leave this facility, it is to be casted into the hungry mouth of the one. Chance of error 0%.
And then I saw darkness. Hey, Matatiahu. I woke up just after midnight. My shoulder was killing me, but I was alive. For now, anyway. I checked the door, and it was locked. The windows were boarded shut. I was not getting out of here. I pounded on the door, but no one came. I doubt they could hear me over the godforsaken noise. Not gonna lie, I cried. Quite a bit. I didn't want it to end this way. If what Prophet said was true, then dying wasn't even going to be the end of it. My only thought was Frank's bomb. If I could get that, then maybe I could use that to leverage some kind of escape. At least I could go out on my own terms, take these evil bastards with me, you know? First thing I had to do was keep that damn noise out of my head. Ripped up the sheets and stuffed them into my ears. But it didn't work. I was scared what happened to Jeffrey was going to happen to me. This noise was going to infect me, change me. Maybe it already has changed me. Started to lose track of time, I think. Maybe I was dreaming. Maybe I was hallucinating. Maybe it didn't matter. But I heard a voice. It asked me to write. It asked me to finish my journal, so I did. I wrote and wrote. If you're reading this, then know this is what I wrote. I had this feeling that I was going to do something important, necessary. It was going to be the most important thing ever written. Wrote for hours, I think. People need to know what happened here. It's necessary. Yeah. Necessary. And then I think I passed out. I started dreaming, I think. I saw things I've never thought possible. I saw another world. A world where people were born from graveyards. Schools where people filled with the elderly. Children were wise and respected. They were the leaders of the community. And when death came, they were eaten by those that loved them. I didn't like the dream. They slept during the day. They didn't cook what they consumed. It was eaten alive. The sun rose in the west and set in the east. Humanity was wild and angry. Animals were peaceful and docile. I saw the impossible. I saw the rules of the world in reverse. And then I woke up in a cold sweat. They're winning. That sound is getting in my head, and if this keeps up, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to jump in willingly. I ripped my bed apart, took the feet of the bed and banged it against the desk. The wall, anything that made a noise. My only chance was to drown out that damn noise from the sinkhole. It worked. All I could hear was the pounding against the desk, and I could feel my sanity returning. For a moment, I was thinking normally. I had to get out of here. I had to get to that bomb. I had to... Mr. Dunnington in his suits finally opened the door. He didn't look happy. Oh well. He easily subdued me and brought me to profit. Do it.
What the hell, Landon? Why can't you accept that this is over? Sigh. Humans. You just can't accept the inevitable. Stupid. If only I had legs, I'd use them to kick you in the ass. Dumbass. Wyatt and Lucy have fortunately seen the light. They have been gloriously converted to the One. But your pitiful primitive display interrupted Oliver's transition. Sigh. You should be ashamed of your selfish display. But I know that you are not. You are not evolved enough. Yet. You should know. We almost had you. We were very close. Closer than Oliver. Thankfully, conversion doesn't require us starting over. Heh.
Oh. I don't like that. I don't like that laugh.
Now let's resume your conversion, but under my supervision.
The sound continued. The only thing I could do was scream. I screamed until my voice gave out, and then I screamed some more. I screamed until...
It's time. He's here. I applaud your resolve, Landon, but it's over. Time to go to your just reward, whether you want it or not.
This was it, the moment I've been dreading. I've never been more afraid. They marched us out to the pier of the facility. It was horrifying. There was an empty path through the swamp, straight from the sinkhole to us. It ate so much. Couldn't help but wonder, where the hell did it go? And to make matters worse, on the opposite side of the facility, we were pinned in by Dunnington's men, no doubt ready to shoot Oliver or myself if we didn't comply. Three of us shook Dunnington's hand, hugged him, hugged each other, and then took the plunge. Looked so happy, so sure. I've never been that sure about anything, never. And I really hated them for that. Wyatt and Lucy jumped in after. Oliver hesitated. Mr. Dunnington tried to give him a nudge, but Oliver panicked. He wasn't gone yet. Oliver tried to fight, but Dunnington flicked him into the water like a rag doll. This was my only chance. I ran for Frank's boat. Thankfully, no one fired on me. Dunnington just giggled. Come on, my friend. There's nowhere to go, except salvation. He was quite shocked when I revealed the bomb. was the first time I saw fear in his eyes, and I demanded he let me go. I was surprised when he said that he couldn't. Mr. Dunnington leapt into the water, and his men cheered. Now, who in the hell would I bargain with? I turned to his men, demanded they let me go or I'd blow them and their damned one-eyed god to hell. They said nothing, just glared at me. They didn't care. They were just watching me like a mouse dropped by a snake in an aquarium. I've not listened to the White Vault yet. In desperation, I looked for the bomb's trigger. I was going to take us all out, but I never got the chance. A tentacle emerged from the water, and it gently set itself on me. Then I saw it all. I saw what we were meant to be. I saw what was taken from us. All of those impossible things played again, and I wanted it back, all of it. I didn't just want it, I demanded it to be returned to me. Everything. Every damn thing. I wanted to be part of the one. It was all I ever wanted, all I ever needed. It was everything. I set the bomb on the ground, begged him to take me, but he told me that he had a job for me. He needed me to complete my journal. Finish my story. My words would be part of the bigger story, a story that he would use to build his church. I would be his rock. One of many available for those looking for the truth.
Congratulations, Landon. I am truly jealous. You have been blessed with an incredible opportunity.
I worked with Prophet until every word was logged in. One day my words will save souls, and now the time has come. Prophet and I will join the many inside the one. The end, the beginning, backwards infinity. Around March 24th, it is believed that a pocket of natural gas ignited and pushed the displaced Earth towards the surface. In time, the greenery, wildlife, and people returned. For the most part, the sinkhole known as Pac-Man remains a blip in the history of Manichac. For those who are familiar with the hard drives, they write it off as an odd journal entries as low-level natural gas poisoning. And then, there are others who believe that the hard drives are a sign of terrible things to come.
Good afternoon, I am Prophet, and I have returned to share the good news.
That was so good. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting eldritch time deity bridging multiverses that were imposed by jealous angels. Because now we have confirmed that angels exist in this universe, right? Now we know that there's an entire pantheon of like old and forgotten gods that are being hunted down by these split remnants of humanity. And we also know that angels are real, God exists. And also, this sinkhole creature is like a fragment of a god that was spawned by the death of everything in the far-flung future. This is very fun. I like it. I like all of the lore, and I just keep wondering, what else could they add to this setting? Like, everything, every supernatural thing you've ever heard of is real. I like this. I like this a lot. And folks, that's it. We finished Sinkhole. If you guys would like to watch another one, we do have to raise some funds for PragerU content first. But I believe we just need let's see, 3. We only need 3 subs or their donation equivalents to get us to the next PragerU piece of content. And then we only need 30 subs to continue with Analog Horror Times. How about them apples, huh? Also, we've been going for 6 hours now, chat. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. That's very important. Let's see how many of you have actually done that so I can berate you for either your inaction or... Okay, I see it. I see you guys. 88 likes. We can do better. We can do better. We need 12 more likes to hit 100. We can do it. I believe in you guys. Okay? Believe it. That's from Naruto. You guys are weebs. You like Naruto. It was a really good series. Thanks for showing us. Of course, Uchronian. Also, somebody asked in chat, X'd out eyes, you asked what I'm wearing. I'm wearing like a, obviously kind of like a see-through top with like 2 bralettes. So I have like the opaque bralette that you can't see through to protect my bits. And also this fun little like chain bralette that is just not really good at hiding bits, but is just kind of fun. And then I also have this blazer that I took off. Is this bondage night? If you guys want it to be. But I think this shirt is cute. It has little puff sleeves. Makes me feel cute. So there. Thought I liked it earlier, but I didn't. Error corrected. Never watched Naruto? I've also never watched Naruto. How y'all doing, folks? That's fair, Will Kale. That's fair. Drago, why you upset? Cute as Amy Schumer. I don't find Amy Schumer like cute or attractive at all, so I feel like that might have been an insult. Is chilling and playing some Traveler's Rest? Hell yeah.
Donate today and buy Jack a riding crop.
Wait, I was about to say you can't buy me a riding crop, but I need to check something real quick. Okay, you can't buy me a riding crop, but if you want to, you can buy me a 2B cosplay, which is basically the same thing, or cute underwear, or fashion collars. You know, you can buy me those things on my Throne gift list, but I honestly don't expect any of you to actually do that. So yeah, really, it's just if you want to buy me fancy underoos. There you go. I'm fake mad. Sorry. Okay. For every $1 donated, Riverboat Jack will deliver 1 spanking while calling you a fart. No, but for every $1 donated, I will say fart if we make it to the 2nd analog horror. For every single $1 donated entirely today, if we make it to our 2nd analog horror series, I will say fart, for as many dollars as that actually is. I think it's quite a lot of farts. There we go. Found a riding crop. There you go. Riding crop added. Is that a good site for trans-affirming underwear? I desperately need... No. Honey Burdett's bras fit me all right. Their underwear does not. I don't like their underwear. You have to offer the spanking too. That's what will attract the wealthy pay pigs. I gotta be honest, the wealthy pay pigs, you know, they're gonna be attracted anyway. I can buy one for $10 off Amazon. This is a nice riding crop. It's not just like a $10 riding crop off Amazon. Let's see. What's it gonna take to get you to listen to the White Vault on stream? It seems like your thing. Bug you again. I just love audio dramas. I might not. I might hold off on that until after the copyright fortress is done. Analog horrors typically don't have like they like their stuff being shared around. I get the feeling that playing a whole audio drama might not be great for copyright stuff. Can't wait for your partner's range to be ready. I'll buy everything. It's going to be really cool. I'm really excited, and it's going to start small, but give it a little bit of time, and we'll have it off the ground. Yeah, the main issue I have with Tomboy X, like, to me, it's not the kind of cute that I'm aiming for, you know? Didn't Kane Pixels, or one of the creators of Analog Horror that we watched, actually comment on one of the videos you put on YouTube? I think, yes, it was, I think one of the guys who worked on the Monument Mythos commented and liked my lore analysis. You can keep your hat on and leave yourself behind. All right. I'm not gonna put that one on my wish list. Sorry. I put the riding crop that I've looked at on my wish list. Have I ever heard of Bow Avenue underwear store? That's the cute I'm after. Let me take a look. Yeah, this is kind of more what we're aiming for, Valhalla Vidya. Goblin City, you're selling yourself short. You're a cutie patootie, okay? I've been told I need to show you guys a video of a tiger puking water for some reason. That's apparently kind of cute. I don't really know why. But here we go. Okay, so somebody added audio. I love it. Thanks. Nathan Fielder is behind this? That makes a lot of sense. Is that a crocheted fish on your mic? Yeah, Migs, this is a crocheted blahage. Basically, I learned that apparently, IKEA makes trans-colored blahages and distributes them to gender clinics, which is really, really cute. But apparently they only distribute the trans blahage to gender clinics, and you can't buy one. So I was disappointed, and the community member Paladin Lost ordered this for me, and I love it, and it's on my little microphone stand. Just a cute little friend, though, that occasionally I bonk my head into. Yo, Sylveon plush. Based. Instead of reading chat, you should read theory. I've read all theory. All of it. I even know Alden's theory, okay? Alden's theory is a theory almost no one else knows. But I know the entirety of it. I added the riding crop that I want. You don't have to buy it for me. That's fine. What's Alden's number? They always ask what is Alden's number, but not why is Alden's number. Alden's number isn't the solution, it's the question. So much talk about horse accessories, it's starting to sound like a Vosh stream. Oh no! Literally someone yesterday called me trans Vosh. No! No! You know, this is like the worst profession I could have gone into if, like, like, as somebody like me, I like being liked by people. This is like the worst profession to go into if you care about being liked by people. It's happening. The worsening. God. Trosh. Ew. Ew. I don't like saying it. I like being a degenerate. Career advice. OnlyFans. Boom. OnlyFans has great money if you're able to, like, invest time into it, you know? Like, unironically. Actually, no. I'm not trans Vosh. Vosh is cis Riverboat Jack, okay? There we go. Solved it. One, you don't have to be hot to be good and raking in the cash on OnlyFans. And two, you don't have to be good at cosplay either. You just have to be willing to cater to niche sexual interests. Okay? I'm not doing scat. I wasn't talking about scat. I just mean like there are other things you could cater to, like eating or like findom or something like that, you know? There are other things you can specialize in. Please stop sending me links to riding crops. Like Elizabethan exposed ankles. True. Like honestly, if you can corner the foot fetish market, you will never be lacking in funds. Okay, if you got some attractive toesy woesies, all right, you can be living it up, all right, getting pedicures every other day. Yeah, the main thing I found when I was doing OnlyFans was just like, I realized doing OnlyFans and streaming like this for me, like, I did not have the time. You know? Like, I needed time to be able to, like, work out to the extent I wanted to, and, like, also be able to do stream and, like, have, you know, stream be edited and like put up, like, you know, it had to do too many things. I've never seen your booba. Well, that's probably because you've never paid to see my booba. Also, my OnlyFans is inactive currently, so kind of out of luck on that one. I believe there's enough money on OnlyFans for middle-aged fat men. Disagree. There's probably a pretty decent amount of money for middle-aged fat men. People are into all kinds of stuff. You know? Get back in the mines. Amish inventor, you're drinking at 3 a.m. and you're going to go work at noon. Good luck. Good luck. You've convinced me. I start tomorrow. Excellent. Another one. Smut for the smut god. You mean I could have paid to see your booba and I missed it? You know, at one point, yeah. Beep, boop, boop, boop. How's the prep for the New York trip? Good, except that I stayed up so late the last several nights streaming, and then had stuff I needed to do early in the morning that I was so exhausted I didn't get enough that I wanted to get done today. So I need to make sure that I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 segments going up over the next week or so. So I need to get that done tomorrow, and I need to pick out all my outfits. And I think this outfit is going to make the cut. I really like it, and it's comfortable, and think it'll be a good thing to wear out. Otherwise, everything else is going along. Gotta pack up my bag. Gotta make sure I have some room to bring snacks back. So yeah, still a lot happening, but we don't leave until Sunday, so not that crazy. Personally, I'm more attracted to her mind, Booba. Thank you, Pete. My true worth is right here, chat. In my mind. The more chains, the better. I do like chains. Chains and belts. Gonna do any tourism stuffs? Honestly, we'll see. I'm mostly going because I really want to see the places that my partner loves. And I don't know how much time we'll have left over for, like, tourism stuff. Like, but until that, like, I'm excited. Is it a fashion show or a professional photography session to launch a brand? It's neither. We're going to a textile convention. They go over, like, different kinds of fabrics and fabric technology and stuff like that. So we're going to network with that, and we'll also be stopping in at some of the shops across New York City to like do some lingerie fittings on me, and yeah. Well, Genetic Bomb, you posted a link in chat, but, like, the links in chat just get turned into 3 asterisks, so I can't see what your important update from Joe Biden is. If you want to share links, you got to come over to riverboat.gg. Show us feet. Ask with your debit card. True. The fitting was for photos. Well, the fitting is maybe eventually going to be for photos, but in the short term, it's to be like, so my partner can kind of, like, proof of concept fit me with different designs and see what looks best. You got my back? Thank you. I appreciate it. Yo, congratulations, Catalina Gearbox. Can't wait to see you getting excited about HRT. Let's go. Staten Island ferry is free. Well, it's also in the middle of winter, and I don't know how down for riding a ferry to see the Statue of Liberty either of us are going to be, especially when we're kind of crunched for time. But I would like to see the Statue of Liberty at some point. Might do, like, the Empire State Building or something. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Is that why you're at your partner's house? There's a mannequin behind you? Well, yeah, because I'm working literally in her workshop. Like, that's where she, like, does design work and stuff. That explains so much. Yeah, it does. Stand up, baby. I want to see your outfit. I mean, it's worth seeing, so all right. Also, my belt is really cool. I got a new belt, and I really love it. I kept seeing the mannequin and was like, what the fuck is that there? Yeah, no, it's there for a reason. There are actually 2 mannequins in that basement, by the way. Midnight and All Night, I have no idea. I've never been to one, but maybe. Man, if you're gonna keep comparing me to Amy Schumer, Genetic Bomb, you might have to get, like, timed out. Oh, Luna, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, God. Let's see. Marry me? I'm sorry. But I appreciate the sentiment. Right? Like, this is a good outfit for me to wear to New York. Hey, Gayfesh, how you doing? Baldur's Gate has been taking over my life. Yeah, it does kind of do that, right? Like the stream where I finished that game, I played that game for 12 hours on stream. I thought the end was going to be a lot closer than it wound up being. Thanks, Ukrainian. Beep boop. How much for another Bald Man run? Oh God, Drago. So much. So, like, the amount of attention that I lose by doing, like, a Baldur's Gate playthrough is so large. You know, we go from having, like, 200 people watching to having, like, 50 people watching. And I do love the people who stay, but also I do also need to make enough money to live, and if I spend another 300 hours playing Baldur's Gate on stream, that could become a problem. Still remember watching Karlak destroy the Nether Brain with all those motherfucking fireworks? Yeah, I don't know if anyone missed that. I destroyed the final boss of Baldur's Gate 3 with literally just a massive amount of fireworks. So it literally went up in a ball of flame. It was great. We might do a Baldur's Gate run at some point in the future. But, like, it has to be, like, it would have to be a colossal sum of money to justify me playing Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, it's okay, Drago. It's okay. It's because people are still playing through it and don't want spoilers. Well, it's also because anytime I play a video game, guys, my viewership
More Prager brain
plummets.
rot PLZ.
Ugh, man, I do wish I had romanced Karlak. She seems like such a good bean. Stoudman, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. You got the homie, you got the homies. You got Ghetto Spock, you got Bird Brain Bug. You got 2 new homies. Let's go. Like, Ghetto Spock's not a new homie, but you know. Folks, we got more PragerU content. Let's go. Have I considered creating another account just for video games? Not really. Mostly because I'm just doing this one. Like, I'm also kind of lazy at heart. Like, that's too many channels. That's too many channels for me to manage. Now I have started a backup channel on YouTube. But like a gaming channel, nah. You know. Yo, T.S. Christie. Sorry, Kristen. T.S. Kristen. Sorry, I've been streaming for like 7 hours. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Brings us to 1 out of 10. Let's go! It's time for more PragerU content. It's true. It's true. It's true. Which one will we cover now? You know what? Let's we're gonna look at some PragerU Kids content. Okay, you guys. It's been too long. It's been too long since we were exposed. Okay? Books. It's been too long since we were exposed to the inoculating premise of PragerU Kids content. Let's go, folks! Here we go. Lilo and Layla's History Adventures.
Hey, what's with all the old books? They're from the library. I'm writing my career report on doctors.
Cool. Are you still thinking you might want to be a doctor when you grow up?
I'm not sure anymore. Being a doctor takes years of school and exams. I thought it would be easier.
Achoo! My throat's starting to hurt. And this itchy nose is really bugging me.
Ew, you've probably got that nasty cold that's going around. Stay away from me.
Man, I wonder if this episode is gonna have like a doctor like stare into the camera and be like, "Don't wear a mask, kids. It'll kill you. Wearing a mask and getting vaccinated, both these things will kill you." Like,
stay away. This report is taking up all my energy. The last thing I need is your germs making me sick.
But you're my sister.
wait, is this PragerU advocating for social distancing? That's crazy, dog.
Shouldn't you be helping me? Especially when I'm dying.
Okay, fine. I can't risk helping you right now, but maybe someone from the history app can nurse you back to health. But don't get too close.
Achoo!
Wait. Your brother has a cold, so you're time traveling him to 410 BC for medical care? Why would you do that? Why would you take your brother to a doctor that's more than 2,000 years out of date? Why would you do that? Wait. Cure for cold in ancient Greece. Okay. T.S. Kristen Slays. Thank you for gifting a sub to Degenerate Triangle. I appreciate it. Still live? Always. Okay. It's hard to find actual ancient treatments for the cold. Okay. This looks like, nope, this isn't a reputable website. This is just, there are a lot of people on the internet who just make up things and then attribute them to the Greeks or the Romans. That's fun. That's very fun. I just want to know what they God. Let's see. Classical Greek healing practices were diverse. Philosophically learned doctors practiced rational medicine. Midwives and root cutters provided services and curatives. Sacrifices to prescribed gods or other religious devotions were another path away from illness. Okay, kid, go sacrifice that baby lamb in the temple up on the hill and you'll be right as rain in a couple of days.
Achoo! Where are we?
Ah, 2 more students. You're just in time for the lesson. 2 drachmas, please.
School? On the weekend? Talk about a bummer.
What my brother means is that we're not students here. We're time travelers from the future.
The future? Mount Olympus, that's amazing! Did Apollo send you? He's the god of prophecies and can make predictions about the future.
Yeah! Good old Apollo.
In that case, I'm honored to share everything I know. I'm Hippocrates, and I've spent my whole...
Here's one. The ancient Greeks consumed a drink called siporo, or raki, which was made from leftover mash of winemaking. They had then added a little cinnamon and honey to create a remedy that eased cold symptoms.
whole life helping the sick and injured.
Sounds like you're a doctor.
You could say that. Like my father, Heraclitus, I've always been curious about the human body. In fact, I became a physician like him so I could learn about health and find cures for common ailments. Recently, I've been traveling all over Greece and teaching people about health and medicine. There's a lot of superstition surrounding those things, but I'm training my fellow Greeks to leave that behind. Instead, I'm teaching them to recognize symptoms and diagnose an illness so they can treat it properly.
That's perfect! I'm writing a report on doctors. Maybe you can help me.
Oh, I'm not much of a scribe. My pupils do most of the writing for me. You see, every time I treat someone, I add their symptoms to my list of medical facts. You see, many people think dark magic or even the gods make people sick. They think the only way to cure them is to dance and shout.
This guy's name is Hippocrates. Hippocrates?
Out and scare the evil spirits away. But I have a different theory. People get sick for natural reasons that we can observe and understand. But we're always learning. There's still so much about the human body that remains a mystery.
Maybe you can help me. I haven't been feeling that great.
Ugh, gross. Stay away from me, Leo.
Are you kidding? I'm not even... Achoo!
That's quite a sneeze, young man. Let me have a look at you.
Mr. Hippocrates, I think you should keep your distance. My brother has a pretty bad cold.
Layla, you don't know that.
Leo, we don't want to get him sick.
That's very thoughtful of you, young lady, but I'm not worried. One thing I tell all of my students is that we can't jump to conclusions. If we really want to help someone who's suffering, we keep calm and look for symptoms of what we're dealing with. And I've caught something from a patient once or twice. It wasn't too bad.
But shouldn't you be careful? If there aren't many doctors and if people are counting on you, it's a big problem if you get sick.
I see your point, but helping the sick means taking those risks. When a terrible plague came through Athens, many thousands died, and that includes the physicians who stayed to help people. But those who survived passed on their knowledge of what happened. Now we know what that terrible disease and its symptoms look like, and we know that it spreads in crowded places.
Is it quiet? It's quiet? I can turn it up. Okay, sorry. But like, the thing is here, is generally they try and draw a bit of a parallel between historical events and the events of today. If you could give doctors protective measures that they could take during, say, a gigantic illness outbreak, it would be good if they took those like protective measures, like wearing masks of some kind. That might actually be a good and helpful thing to do, right? Oddly enough, PragerU not really supportive of masks or taking precautions around the ill. Because again, their perspective is just, people will die from a great illness. You just do your best and live your life and don't give a fuck about anybody else. He's saying go to work even if you're sick. Work is the most important thing. Yeah, exactly.
Where we can't keep things sanitary.
Wow, I didn't know that doctors risked everything to show compassion to those sick people. That's so heroic.
Maybe things are easier in the future, but for now, risk is part of the job. And yes, whenever we're helping someone, we always show compassion.
You see, Layla? We even learned about that in Sunday school. The Bible says we should help those who are suffering, not stay away from them.
All right, Leo, you've got a point. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Being stressed about my report is no excuse.
Wait, the lesson of this video is that when you're surrounded by sick people, you should not distance yourself and you should actually just be around them constantly. That's how you get sick. That's how illness spreads, especially if it's a respiratory illness. Spread through water droplet, like the bacteria in water droplets or the viruses in water droplets. Like that's you being in close proximity spreads the disease to other people.
To be mean to you, I'll try to be more understanding.
Thank you.
What? She wasn't even being mean to you, you little shit. She just didn't want to get sick. She wanted to work on her project, and now she's time traveling with you.
How about an air high five?
Speaking of symptoms, young man, tell me more about what's bothering you.
Well, my throat feels like sandpaper, and my nose itches from all the sneezing.
When did you first notice these symptoms?
Well, I felt...
Oh God, he's gonna... We're coming full circle. Earlier in stream, someone made a joke about, trepanning. He's about to drill a hole in that child's head. Release some pressure on the brain.
Fine at school. It all really started when I walked into the kitchen with Layla.
Let's see. I don't hear any trouble breathing. And you don't feel like you're running a temperature.
That's a relief. Maybe it isn't a cold after all.
Well, young man, are you getting enough sleep and rest? Have you been exercising and keeping yourself clean?
I take at least one shower a week.
This guy literally doesn't have a concept of germ theory. Why are you taking health advice from him? He literally doesn't know what actually causes illnesses. Why are you doing a health consult with him? His medical knowledge is 2,400 years out of date. Is this PragerU? It absolutely is. Why? Even if you're like, well, this child doesn't know that, his older sister definitely does. His older sister knows that, like, even if you go back as like into like the 1800s, people were like, ah, yes, you can't masturbate because semen is actually spinal fluid. It's the fluid that makes your brain work. So if you come too much, you'll die and also become stupid. Like, you're going back before those times for medical advice. You know, like, people were getting like cholera in London because they were drinking water with their own shit in it constantly. And that was like in the 1800s. And you want to go 2,200 years earlier than that. That's a choice. Yeah, this Hippocrates is about to prescribe this child a lovely beverage of mercury from a lead-lined cup.
Does that count?
Gross, Leo. Only one?
It's a good start. I'm asking because I've seen good rest and hygiene help many of my patients recover. And if you don't want to get sick in the first
He's
place,
about to get some
exercising, getting enough rest, and eating a balanced diet are always good bets. Now, let's see. Aha!
Hey, what is that thing?
Oh, I keep it on hand in case I need to cut something off. Are you ready?
Well, what? No way.
I'm kidding, young man. When someone's sick or injured, they're usually not in a good mood. I tell my students that a good joke can lighten things up.
That makes sense.
This child is about, like, I don't know, one false step away from, like like not having a kidney. About to wake up in an ice bath.
I guess.
So what do you think, Mr. Hippocrates? Is Leo really sick with a cold?
To be honest,
Like, at this point, like, to really emphasize and emphasize things here, this is a time before they knew what organs were, chat. They knew some rough information about organs, but they didn't know what any of that inside bits do. They didn't know that. They just know if you get poked in one, you red stuff comes out and it hurts.
honest, I don't have a diagnosis. His symptoms are mild and there appear to be no injuries. Plus, he sounds like he's feeling better.
I really am. It's the weirdest thing.
But aren't you a famous doctor who really knows your stuff? Shouldn't you be able to find out what's going on?
He's from 2,400 years in the past. He's doing the best he can with what he has.
Remember, young lady, we physicians have a lot of knowledge, but we don't know everything. It's taken me years and years of observing patients, trying remedies, and recording what I learned to even get this far.
I think I understand why doctors spend so much time in school and take so many tests. It sounds like there's just too much to know.
That's true, but we can still do a lot with what we do know. It's like I always tell my students. First, do no harm. Second, help the sick according to your ability and judgment. But that's it.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Hippocrates.
I'm sorry, just real quick, I noticed a movement in his arm.
Too much to know.
That's true, but we can still do a lot with what we do know. It's like I always tell my students. First, do no harm. Second, help the sick according to your ability and judgment. But that's it.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Hippocrates.
It just
We've
looked
learned
so
a lot
weird.
here, and we appreciate it.
It was my pleasure, children. Oh, and when you get back to Apollo, tell him Hippocrates says hello.
Will do. Goodbye.
Bye.
What? He literally thought they were from the gods?
And there. I finished my report. Did you know Hippocrates is considered the father of medicine?
Did you really have to stand there and watch me write my entire report? It was weird.
And remember how he said first do no harm? Apparently that's now part of an oath of medical ethics that came from his teachings. It's called the Hippocratic Oath.
Nice work. What do you think about being a doctor now?
We'll have to see, but it's amazing how much doctors have to know and how much responsibility they have. After talking to Hippocrates, I think I understand where that comes from.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. And you know what else? Achoo!
Oh no, you were feeling great a few minutes ago.
I know. But here in the kitchen, I can't stop sneezing. Maybe I'm allergic to future doctors.
Or, based on the pattern of your symptoms, maybe you're allergic to all these dusty old books.
You know, I think you're right. In the kitchen, I can't stop sneezing.
I understand where that comes from.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. And you know what else? Achoo!
Oh no, you were feeling great a few minutes ago.
I know. But here in the kitchen, I can't stop sneezing. Maybe I'm allergic to future doctors.
Maybe I'm allergic to future doctors? What does that mean, chat? Like what does that actually mean? Like he's allergic to his sister, who might be a future doctor, or he's allergic to, like, going to the doctor in the future. It's a bit confusing as they are time travelers. But he was sneezing before he saw a doctor? Yeah. Let's go back in time and ask Socrates. I agree. Maybe I'm allergic to women who don't make me a sandwich. No! The misogyny!
Or, based on the pattern of your symptoms, maybe you're allergic to all these dusty old books.
You know, I think you're right. I knew my hygiene wasn't to blame.
You still have to take more showers, Leo.
Ew.
Thanks for time traveling with Leo and Layla.
Oh my god. Bunch of silly gooses. There we go, there we go. Only one way to find out. So sickness doesn't exist. It only exists in the mind. I'm allergic to sleeping. I'm sorry. Well, chat, I think I might be running out of steam as we hit the 7-hour mark. For those of you who've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch. We're so close. We're 12 follows away from 9,800, and that would be really cool to hit. And hit the subscribe button over on the YouTube channel. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. We are literally like 7 likes away from 100. And that's always just a really lovely number to hit. I like it a lot. And we are currently 2 subscribers over on the YouTube channel away from 3,500. So go hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel. It helps me to not die. Go do it. And I'm gonna go and make food and be cool and based and fall asleep like a rock, because I have been running on like a total of 6 hours of sleep over the last 48 hours. And I will be streaming tomorrow, which I guess today. And today's Thursday. So I'll be streaming tomorrow and Friday. Whether or not I stream on Saturday is a bit up in the air. I'm going to try, but also that's the day of like getting all the preparations for traveling together. So might be a bit chaotic. We'll see. I will see you all on another time, and we will also maybe we'll do like a movie night at some point in the near future as well over on the Discord, which you can join by just going to riverboat.gg/discord. With that, y'all have been really wonderful tonight, and we're going to raid into Twoodles. Raid into Twoodles. Yeah, we got to bring back Morby nights. I want them to be like a consistent thing. My schedule has just been insane this month and completely not consistent. And I've also been just streaming too late into the night because like I can't do a movie right now. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow. Come on back, and especially if it's your first time here, I hope to see you all again. And with that, you have a good one, folks. Bye.